Good evening and welcome to the 11th meeting of fiscal year 2021 for the Milton Planning Board. We can introduce ourselves as members of the board. Denny
Swenson, Secretary.
Rich
Beeler, member.
Kathleen
O'Donnell, member.
We have a fifth. I'm April Anderson, the chair of the board. We have a fifth member who has a professional conflict tonight, but will be joining us as soon as she's able. That's Cheryl Tagayas. And Tim?
Tim Zerwinski, Director of Planning and Community Development.
Allison Quinn, Assistant Planner.
And Julia
Getman, Clerk. And April, I just wanted to mention that this is the 12th meeting.
Oh.
The agenda is wrong.
Okay, 12th meeting, in case anybody's keeping count. Thank you so much. So we have a few administrative items. We have two public hearings that have been continued from prior dates. And we have citizen speak and a couple of other items on our agenda. So we have a robust agenda this evening. The next meeting dates for this board will be February 11th and February 25th, both at 7 p.m. We have some minutes to approve, I believe. Denny, is that correct?
You know what? I assumed we didn't get to them because that was such a 5-hour long meeting. And I certainly haven't checked all 5 hours yet. So
okay,
if others don't mind.
Let's defer. Sounds good to me.
Thank you.
I would like to turn it over to Tim for a staff update, please.
April, if you don't mind, it's past 7:05, and we have one public hearing that I think we can dispense with. So I'll cede my time until a little bit later if you want to handle that.
Sure, we'll come back to you. So we would open a public hearing on the site plan approval for 584 Randolph Avenue. And we're pulling this out of order because we don't expect there to be any issues to discuss as the applicant plans to withdraw their application. And they have Marian McKettrick representing the applicant has another conflict for this evening. So we're hoping to get her in and out if possible. So why don't you go right ahead, Marian, and share with us what you need.
Good evening. Can you hear me? Is everyone able to hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. Good evening. I'm Marian McKettrick. I represent the applicants for the 584 Randolph Ave site plan approval application. This was continued to tonight, and the original reason was that we hadn't had a hearing with the Board of Appeals yet. As a matter of fact, that still hadn't been scheduled as of a week ago. But the reason I'm here tonight is to ask to withdraw this application. The family, which is a father and a son, has had a significant family medical situation, and they cannot continue with this application at this time. So we'd like to withdraw without prejudice. I believe you have to take a vote on that and issue a very brief opinion or statement saying that you took that vote and that if you're going to do that, that you allowed us to withdraw. And you know, this is the reason. We're well aware that after the last hearing, there was lots of input from neighbors and lots of concerns. If this application should come back, it would be after a period of considerable work with the neighborhood, and also we would need a lot of additional information. There's no point in continuing at this time because both Paul O'Connor and his son Andrew need to be involved with this application. They run the business together. So I would really appreciate it if the planning board would allow this withdrawal.
Okay, I would just like to say that we know that there was a lot of interest in this application and a lot of work to be done, but first and foremost, we care about the health and wellness of our neighbors. So please extend to the applicants our best wishes for their good health and recovery. Do any of the board members have any questions for Marian?
No.
Okay, then what I would entertain a motion to approve the applicant's request to withdraw the site plan approval application for 584 Randolph Ave without prejudice.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? If not, then let's do a roll call vote. Denny Swenson.
Yes.
Kathleen O'Donnell.
Yes.
Rich Beeler.
Yeah.
April Anderson, yes, and Cheryl Tagayas is absent. Thank you, Marian.
Thank you very much for taking this out of order. Really appreciate it. Have a good night.
Good luck with your next hearing.
Thank you.
Now, Tim, did you have a feeling about Actually, before we move on, I forgot an administrative item that is relatively important. I need to read the coronavirus Zoom format disclosure. So in accordance with the governor's order suspending certain provisions of the open meeting law relating to the 2020 novel coronavirus outbreak emergency, this meeting of the Milton Planning Board is to be held remotely utilizing the Zoom virtual meeting software. The login and call-in information is included on the agenda, and the meeting is being televised live by Milton Community Access TV. Okay, so the next item on our agenda is staff update. Then we have citizen speak. We have another item that I think I expect will be quick, which is 131 Elliott Street rooftop screening, where we can either decide whether we approve of the waiver or we don't. And if we don't, they'll have to come back to another hearing. So do you want to pull that one out of order as well?
I just got an email from Steve Connolly. He was asking when we thought we would take this up. I told him if he can get in here earlier rather than later, we could probably discuss this, but I don't know if I see him just yet, and I haven't heard back from him. So
why don't you do your staff update?
Yeah, I'll do that. So thank you. And just so it's clear to folks in the audience, I don't know how many folks in the participants list were here for 584 Randolph, but we're done. So you can go enjoy the rest of your evening if you so choose.
Yes.
So
Thank you for doing that. I've been at meetings like till 9 o'clock because I come in 10 minutes late and I'm like, what's going on? So I really appreciate when someone does that.
Yeah. So in terms of what we've been up to, a lot of 40B work. I'm sure we'll talk a little bit more about that later during that agenda item. I have been representing the town at the 582, Blue Hill Ave public hearings. Those have been going, I think, pretty well from a public hearing perspective. I think the Board of Appeals is doing a bang up job, and I think it's been a good discussion. We've gotten some good input from the neighborhood, and it's running as smooth as these things go, I would say. So hopefully we can keep that up. Just a couple quick things. I unfortunately was not able to make it to the East Milton public meeting last week. I hope that went well. But I've spoken with Judy Barrett from Barrett Consulting, who is a consultant on that project. And she's penciled, I asked her to pencil in February 11th to come in and give a sort of a formal closeout report to the planning board. So she can be around to discuss her final report, which should be done next week. And we can maybe start to think about some next steps for, what to do with that information. So we can talk about putting that on the agenda, or if, things shape up to be a little bit busier, we can talk about something else, but that's on the horizon. I have Allison has a little bit of something to talk about in a minute, but the last thing that I wanted to bring up, this should be familiar to April, but I just wanted to let the rest of the board know, just because I anticipate it may involve some advanced coordination. I don't know how exactly to explain this, April. I mean, there's a new grant application process that the Commonwealth is launching, and it's the only reason I bring it up is because in the old days, if I wanted to apply for a Massachusetts Downtown Initiative grant to do design guidelines in Milton Village, which is in fact a thing that I intend on doing. You used to just fire off an application to MDI and they would look at it, and if you got it, you got it, and if you didn't, you didn't. That grant program has now been packaged with a number of other grant programs that are related to economic development and planning, but also are not things that planning necessarily touches. And so it's going to require, on the departmental end, on the town side, probably some advanced coordination of sitting down with DPW and parks and the town administrator and kind of figure out, all right, what are our goals, and how do we think some of these funding streams can play into those goals? Because it's meant to be, one application goes to all these different programs and they kind of check and see, which ones are most appropriate for the projects that you're trying to do. And so the only reason I bring that up is we may need to be a little bit more deliberate in our discussions in the future about, okay, what sort of things do we feel we're going to need either technical assistance or funding for. So that can kind of go and feed into another conversation that we have at town hall with the other departments about what they want to do. This is literally all I know about this at this point. Suffice to say that if you have any idea of, how you'd want to utilize some Commonwealth money for planning initiatives, better to surface those ideas and those thoughts sooner rather than later, so that we can start to think about them in a kind of more forward-looking fashion. I know we kind of have these discussions from time to time, but now there's like one deadline, and you got to get it in, and you got to make sure that DPW doesn't want to do something else, and it's April. Does that cover it?
Yeah, so I mean, basically, it's not just grants for infrastructure or, it's a whole host of housing and economic development tools that we as a community should see and do use. Now the state is making it just a hair more challenging because we can only submit applications for them once a year, really the month of May, and you can only submit 5 things. So, it requires us to be very, very ready to know what we're moving forward with. I think the design guidelines is a great example, Tim, of something we should absolutely pursue. It's something we've been talking about, since the village zoning passed. But now with 40, the East Milton study, there might be things we want to pursue there to take it to the next level. So it's a little bit, under the guise of streamlining, it's a lot more burdensome, in my opinion. But yes, I think that covers it. I mean, I assume just a heads up. Yes, Kathleen.
Do we run into trouble if we don't have movement on creating a multifamily zoning district and with the that new MBTA program with the housing choices bill?
So until I actually was on a thing this afternoon where they brought this up, and
yeah.
Oh, that led me to believe that everyone is in compliance until actual guidance comes down from DHCD and the T. So without knowing, and for everyone that's watching, Kathleen's referring to the recently passed economic development bill that included changes to the Zoning Enabling Act that will require cities and towns that are defined as MBTA communities, Milton being one of them, to create a by right multifamily zoning district near transit. So we don't know exactly what that part of the bill means yet. So I think we're still okay until we actually find out. But I think a lot of this, it has to do with helping communities be in compliance with that. So I can't imagine that they're going to put us too hot under the gun without an opportunity to get some technical assistance if we feel that we need it. I could be totally wrong about that, but hopefully not.
Well, as I said, I mean, I think it would be good if we had to do when we did an application. It seems to me that it would be useful to put into it that the reason for the study for Milton Village is to potentially address amending that zoning to allow for multifamily in that district so that we would then be in compliance.
Mm-hmm.
It's got to be half a mile from wherever the subway stops are. And
yeah, I mean, that would be, it would, yes, I agree with you on that. So this is all kind of relatively breaking news. This just all sort of happened last week. So I will keep everyone posted. Allison, do you want to talk a little bit about 88 Wharf?
Actually, before we move on, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Okay.
Tim, can you just make a quick mention for the public, since we have so many people here tonight, it's probably a good opportunity about the other change from the economic development bill on the voting.
Oh, about the town meeting. Yeah. So I think we might have talked about this at the last meeting, but there was a lot going on last meeting. So the other kind of major provision in the economic development bill that was passed that included amendments to Chapter 40A, which is the Zoning Enabling Act. It identified a number of types of zoning changes, including the zoning for multifamily, zoning for accessory dwelling units, zoning for parking reductions. What was that?
Mixed use.
mixed use. That formally all zoning changes at town meeting required a 2/3 majority vote. And for those certain types of zoning changes, now only a simple majority vote is required. And that's effective today. It was effective as soon as the governor signed it. So there are still some zoning changes that still require the 2/3 vote. And then if a warrant article sort of combines two different items, one with the small threshold, one with the large threshold applies. You can't mix them up. But that's also something that there's not as much guidance necessary on this one. I think it's relatively straightforward, but all of the relevant sort of agencies, CHAPA, MAPC, MMA, have all been sort of putting out or developing guidance to sort of help planning boards and town meetings and town clerks and moderators sort of figure some of this stuff out. So that is effective as of our next town meeting.
Thank you. Allison, you want to talk about 88 Wharf?
Sure. So I'm hoping at our next planning board meeting, we will be hearing an application for the 4th amendment to special permit for 88 Wharf. The new owner is 88 Wharf Hospitality LLC, and they're looking to amend the special permit to be consistent with the CV and the liquor license that they were just issued, which will include capacity, hours of operation, takeout, the conditions of the 50/50 revenue for food and liquor, and seating. They want to expand the bar seating, and they also want to include additional seating outdoor on that patio side to allow for more patrons to be outdoors in the summer months and the ongoing spring months during COVID. So that's what we'll be hearing, hopefully, at our next planning board meeting in 2 weeks.
Great. Thank you.
So we'll have Allison kind of write up a memo kind of explaining the issues. But I think the general sentiment is there are things in that special permit that, quite frankly, are better seated in the select board office in terms of hours of operation, things that they regulate through their licensing procedures. And then there are other kind of more physical site things that should remain in the special permit, but they're requesting changes for. So we'll be able to walk everyone through that.
Okay.
I think Rich.
Yeah, sorry. And I don't know. I don't remember. But when you're putting that together, is there an opportunity to find out why, or maybe inquire why they were put in under the special permit? And I'm only suggesting that because I don't recall, but sometimes these things have been put in just to make sure, you know what I mean? Like as concessions with neighborhoods and things like that. And so I would just say, let's inquire a little bit about that too, because I mean, I'll probably be wondering that myself.
Yeah, Rich, we can absolutely do that. And the interesting thing about this is that, well, obviously there's a neighborhood over there, but the direct impacts are on the building, itself. And so I think, lining up kind of the support of those folks in that building. 88 Wharf is an interesting case because it's the first time maybe not the first time, but one of the first times that, we did something like this, a big multifamily building with mixed use and restaurants. I mean, you all have lived here longer than I've been around. 88 Wharf was one of the first, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. And sorry, not to interrupt, but I just, I didn't mean that like as just the neighborhood. I meant it more broadly as sometimes things are put in because I don't know. It just, at least the few years that I've been here, I know that we've talked about certain things.
Yep.
We'll say, okay, well, let's make sure we put that in there and they must come back to us because we're going to be okay with this and we're going to allow some sort of concession. I don't even know. I'm just saying that in the sense that I'm wondering if somebody might remember or know in your
So
travel.
I think if this is helpful, Rich,
Yeah.
they had to come back to the planning board because these conditions were written into the special permit.
Right.
They were just issued a liquor license and a common victualler with these new conditions. So they need to come back to make sure that the conditions that we issue are consistent with the conditions that they were just issued.
Rich, we'll do a little bit of a history lesson. So we'll make sure we've got all that too. I know exactly what you're after. So we'll have that ready.
Okay, welcome, Cheryl.
Hey, Cheryl.
You're muted.
Thank you.
So just so everyone knows, this is our other member, Cheryl Tagayas has joined us. Okay, so we should move on now to citizen speak. We have, as I mentioned already, a public hearing on 4 zoning articles, new business of 131 Elliott Street rooftop screening waiver, and 40B comment letters. So if you have any of the comments relative to those things, you should hold them until we get to that agenda item. But if there's anybody who would like to speak on something other than those, please raise your hand. And I see Neville is has a hand raised, so I just unmuted you. If you could please identify yourself with your name and address, and the floor is yours. Neville? An accidental hand raise, maybe? Okay, I don't see any other hands raised for now. One more second. Anybody wish to speak to us for citizen speak? Okay, great. Then we will move on. We have a public hearing. Do we know if Steve Conley is with us yet? Tim?
I don't see him. I haven't gotten an email yet, so I think we can hold on.
Okay, so let's open the public hearing on our zoning articles, our 2021 zoning articles. We have 4 articles that we had a hearing on last week on accessory dwelling units, condo conversion, earth materials removal and deposit of fill, floodplain district boundaries, and base flood elevations. I think we should start with the 2 least controversial, earth materials and floodplain district boundaries. Neither of those really generated a whole lot of public concern. I think we should just, unless the board
April,
has. Yes.
Can I interrupt? Apparently Steve is on. I think he's one of the phone numbers. Cheryl, do you know what his phone number is?
Not offhand.
Can you tell him how to unmute himself?
So Steve, I think, I forget, is it *6 or *9 to raise your hand?
Just one
Does anyone
sec. I'll
remember
see
this?
if I can get his number.
Okay, so the public hearing, in any case, we should open. And we can take up the 2, you can work on getting Steve on the line, Tim. And we can take up the 2, what I was going to suggest is we take up these 2 articles that really didn't generate much concern, well, no concern, and were pretty perfunctory, I think, and take a vote to move those forward to the Maytown meeting. Did any members of the board have anything more they wanted to say on these 2 articles before we move to the public?
No.
Very good shape. Sounds like everybody else does from the silence too.
Yep.
So for the earth materials removal and deposit of fill, which is Denny's, we call it the tree bylaw. Or, if anybody has any concerns that they wish to voice now, please raise your hand. We'll give it 30 seconds because I don't expect anyone.
Because we all love trees.
We all love trees and you did such a
And
nice job.
we're all tired of talking about them.
Okay, so I see no hands raised. I think what I should do now is entertain a motion to advance the earth materials removal and deposit of fill zoning bylaw to the selectmen for consideration for the Springtown meeting.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's do a roll call vote. Denny Swenson,
Yes.
Kathleen O'Donnell,
Yes.
Rich Beeler,
Yes.
Cheryl Tagayas,
Yes.
April Anderson, yes. Yay, unanimous.
Yay.
Congratulations,
All right.
Denny. This is now
So
in
we
the
put
hand.
one baby to bed.
Yes. Okay, floodplain district boundaries and base flood elevations. Tim, I don't recall this generating much concern last time, but I will again ask the board if there are any concerns or questions with this. Nope. All right, let's ask the public. If you have any concerns about this bylaw, please speak now or wait till town meeting. See no hands raised, so that is positive. So then I would entertain a motion to advance the floodplain district boundaries and base flood elevations zoning bylaw to the Board of Selectmen for consideration for the spring town meeting.
So moved.
Second,
Yes.
Second.
discussion? If not, then let's do a roll call. Charlotte Gaius,
Yes.
Rich Beeler,
Yes.
Kathleen O'Donnell,
Yes.
Jenny Swenson,
Yes.
April Anderson, yes. Congrats, Tim. Okay,
Yay.
now where are we with Steve Conley?
We've got him if you want to take a
Okay.
minute.
So what I would propose is we hold on the other two zoning bylaw discussions in the 40B letters while we consider this new business, which is 131 Elliott Street rooftop screening waiver. Tim, do you want to just set this up?
Yeah. So Steve, I just hit allow you to talk, and I think if you press, Steve, can you hear us?
Yes,
Okay.
I'm here.
So let me tee this up real quick. So obviously everyone is familiar with the Hendry's project at 131 Elliott Street. Super exciting to see that coming out of the ground. I'm just delighted that it's happening. Never thought we'd reach the day, but here we are. This predates me by a few months, but you all should recall back in May of 2020, a second amendment to special permit and site plan approval covered a couple things. One of them being a request for modifications to roof plan. I'm just going to read the two paragraphs in the special permit amendment that relate to this, and then we can talk about what's actually going on. So paragraph C5, roof plan of the original special permit, requires the installation of a screen wall around the rooftop mechanical area. The applicant has requested the removal of this condition on the grounds that the mechanical equipment is not visible. This request is denied, but the planning board agrees that if the applicant installs a temporary mock-ups of all the rooftop equipment at the appropriate locations on the roof, the planning board will view the building from various locations to determine what, if any, equipment is visible and may reduce the screening requirements if appropriate. That leads us to today. Steve has put up these mock-ups on the rooftop, and I'm going to share my screen for just a minute just to sort of run through these pictures. And I've asked each of the board members to, at their leisure over the past week, to take a trip over to Central Ave and see if you can see what you can see. So this. Steve, I don't know if you can, if you're just on the phone or if you can see, but I've got your photos up of the yellow flags around the locations of the mechanical equipment. And I'm just going to cycle through some of these photographs. So we're talking about the upper roof here. So just keep your eye on the yellow flags. These white boxes are stand-ins for the mechanical equipment. Steve, what's the height of these mock-ups?
Actually, I use them as mock-ups. And what they are is the stock for the roof, for the insulation board. And the stacks of insulation board are 50 inches off the deck. And the condensers are actually only 27 inches. So what we did is we figured we'd use that as the, since you can't see them from around the building anyway, I figured why not just use the safety, you see the yellow flags, they're the safety stances for the job, and they're set at 3 feet high. And we took pictures where the condensers would be. They're all going to be placed towards the center of the building on the corridor, on each, which is, it's a double loaded corridor, so everything's in the center of the building. And I took pictures and took some pictures from the perimeter as far back as I could, from each location. And I think it just presents well that you can't see them, even what's there, and it's essentially double the size. So I thought
So-
it'd be a good example.
So we've moved on to some of the photographs you've taken from different vantage points.
Okay.
For folks watching at home, the point of this exercise is you saw that there were flags on the roof, and now we're on the ground. And can you see the flags? It doesn't appear that you can. So I'll kick it off to the board if you want to chat about this, if you had a chance to stop by and take a look.
Yeah, so just so everybody knows, I let Steve and Tim know that our agenda was packed for tonight. I thought we could maybe quickly have a discussion on whether or not we thought that this was eligible to be waived. And if it isn't eligible to be waived, they're going to have to come back to a different meeting to talk about it further. So that's just the context for the board, because we don't have a ton of time. So why don't we just go around and see what everybody thought if you had to take a chance to take a look. Go ahead, Denny.
I did, but to drive by and I didn't see it, but then, I'm a fairly short person. But I appreciate the fact that you set those up, because, as I said, when we had discussed this condition ages and ages ago when it was going to be a 40B, I think that's why the condition got carried over. I just wanted to see some general idea about what you were going to do and how you're going to do that. So thank you for setting that up. And I'm satisfied that it couldn't be seen.
Okay. Denny, did you have comments?
Yeah, I drove around that area and I didn't see it either. So I think he's doing a great job. I'm ready to move it forward.
Rich and Cheryl, who wants to go next?
I can. I also, there's one vantage point that I did see it, but I'm not bothered by what I saw, because I think it's a fairly, and maybe you wouldn't if it's half the height, but that's like coming from Adams Street. You kind of get to a crest in the hill. It's a little bit visible, and then you come down towards the Illinois and it's no longer visible. So it's a fleeting moment, and it's I'm sure it's not going to be anything that draws attention. So whatever the best procedure is, but I am fine with not requiring screening around that equipment.
Rich?
Yeah, I agree with the rest of the board.
And as a resident of Elliott Street, I drive by this property 800 times a day, it seems. And I couldn't be more excited. I want to mirror Tim's comments. I'm so excited every time I drive by and I see beautiful building coming out of the ground. It's making me very thrilled. I haven't seen anything. So I'm totally satisfied that we don't need the screening. So what would the procedural vote here be, Tim, that we approve of the waiver?
Let me go back and look and see. The planning board will view if visible and may reduce the screening requirements. So yeah, I mean, I think an appropriate vote would be to waive the screening requirements in paragraph C5 roof plan.
So Tim, excuse me for a moment. I would ask that we make it for the upper roof only. There is screening, I think, required on the roof that's lower than that, and that is visible.
Yes, I think that's appropriate.
I think, Steve, that's something that I think you agreed with.
I agree. Yes.
Okay, so
a motion to waive the requirements of paragraph C5 roof plan in the special permit for 131 Elliott Street related to screening of the mechanical equipment on the upper roof.
anybody want to make that motion?
So moved.
Sure.
Okay, so do you want a second, Denny?
Yes.
Okay, any discussion? If not, then we could do a roll call vote. Kathleen O'Donnell,
Yes.
Rich Beeler,
Yes.
Denny Swenson,
Yes.
Cheryl Tagayas,
Yes.
April Anderson. Yes. Congratulations, Steve. Most efficient meeting of your life.
Yes, it is. And thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
Okay, take care.
Good job,
Take
Steve.
care. Yep. Bye
Thank you. Okay,
Bye.
so now we're on to two zoning articles. We're back to the public hearing. on the 2021 zoning articles. And just again, to reiterate, if you're here for a public hearing on 584 Randolph Avenue, that application has been withdrawn, so you can sleep soundly tonight. So on accessory dwelling units and condo conversion, it occurred to me, we had a hearing on this 2 weeks ago. We had 88, I think, attendees, several speakers, a lot of thoughtful comments. But while people were speaking, it occurred to me that we hadn't really provided a whole lot of context for how we got to these zoning articles that might benefit some of the folks that are commenting and the public at large. So Tim, I don't know if you had a chance to look at those slides.
Yeah, I did. So I don't know if I can bring them up.
So for everyone's benefit, Tim put together a couple of slides on our housing production plan, and I rewrote them without his permission and sent them back at about 6. So we're not the most organized here. But what I was hoping that we could do, and Tim, you can decide how you wish to do it, because really this was your idea. But what we're hoping to do is just to provide a snapshot of what the issue is with respect to housing and how we got to these 2 articles. It's 4 slides. It's very, very quick. So if the board is okay with that, I just wanted to do a quick overview.
Yeah, and
Good. Sorry, I
Okay.
said that sounds good. Sounds like a good plan.
Thank you.
yeah, and just for everyone's knowledge, this is something. So the housing production plan is something that's been a real focus for our department. Allison has been working very closely with the Affordable Housing Trust and the Select Board's Housing Committee to start to develop some public education materials about the town's progress on the housing production plan. So she's working hard on that, and we hope to have a kind of a product out there so that people can sort of start to understand what the production plan is and how it relates to the work that the Select Board is doing, that the Affordable Housing Trust is doing, that the Planning Board is doing. But I think I thought it was important to kind of set the table for, what are the housing conditions in town today, and what is the charge of the housing production plan to the Planning Board to address some of these issues. And so what I tried to do was pull some just really quick salient statistics out of the housing production plan to give people an idea of, and just to sort of, we've talked about this a couple times, but the housing production plan identifies strategies to achieve the overarching goal of the plan, which is to diversify the town's housing stock. Town of Milton is more than 75% single family houses. Those houses are scarce on a regional scale, and that's what makes them valuable. That's what makes them expensive. And single family houses work for certain people, but they don't work for other people. And in order to have the type of town that I think everyone in Milton wants, you need to have a diversity of housing types. And that's really what the housing production plan gets after. And in the meantime, it gets after a lot of things, including increasing affordability, especially subsidized affordable housing that counts towards our subsidized housing inventory. But 2 of the strategies that are outlined in the housing production plan are to amend the zoning around condo conversion and accessory dwelling units. And so you'll see that in the slide coming up. But so I'm going to share my screen again, just so you can see some of these slides. And can you tell me if this is showing up as full screen?
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
So this is slide 3 though.
Oh.
So just to explain what a housing production plan is, it's a requirement by the state for cities and towns. Every 5 years, we have to create a housing production plan. And what that does is it does a deep dive on our demographics, our existing housing stock, our projected growth, and how our existing housing meets the needs of current and potential future residents. So I think that's what Tim was showing us.
Yeah, and so the plan. Oh, I guess I'm mousing around. So the plan is really good. On really just going down into census and other data. To kind of describe the existing conditions of housing in the town of Milton. And, what Allison is working on is kind of some of the forward looking stuff about like, okay, here's what we've done and here's what we plan to do. These slides are about, what is the condition that we're responding to. So this is what housing looks like in town of Milton right now. The median sales price for a home as of May 2019, which at the time of the drafting of the plan was the most recent data, is $700,000. And just to sort of, for a quick statistics 101, conversation, median sales price means half of all the houses in town sell for more than this, and half of all the houses sell for less. 700,000 is right at 50%. The required income to afford a sales price of $700,000, if you're going to put 20% down, which is, recommended, not everyone is able to do that. But if you want to do that, and then also be able to afford your mortgage, the required income is $158,250. The median household income in Milton is $126,000. So that gives you, this affordability gap of $142,600, which is not the difference between the required income and the median household income, but it relates to the buying power of $126,000 and what you can borrow on that. All of this is to say that the median household can't afford the median sales price in town of Milton today. And that speaks to, again, there's a lot of single family houses that are very valuable. And the scarcity of those homes, creates that value. And obviously the quality of the homes, there's a lot of really nice homes in Milton. But the median household cannot afford the median house. 30% of all Milton households are living in housing that is by common definition beyond their means and unaffordable. What this means is if you are spending greater than 30% of your monthly income on housing costs, you're considered to be cost burdened. And so that's either rent or mortgage, and then your insurance and all of that. The standard is 30% of your monthly income on housing costs, and then the rest on all your other expenses. So again, at least 40% of Milton's households do not have sufficient income to afford the median single family sales price of $700,000. And 28% of households can't afford the median rent, which, at the time of the creation of the plan was $28.75. So again, on both the sort of the purchase end and the rental end, there's a significant number of households that can't afford housing in town of Milton and are quite frankly in a pretty perilous state. The demand for subsidized units in town, the few that we have, we are at 5% of our year-round housing stock is subsidized. The vast majority of these are in either Milton Housing Authority housing or MRE, Milton Residences for the Elderly, Winter Valley and Unquity House. Fuller Village has a fair amount of subsidized units, and then there are a smattering from inclusionary projects throughout town. But Milton Housing Authority has a small number of family-sized units, and there's not been a vacancy in those units in 6 years. So if you were one of the 63 families on the waiting list, you have been waiting at least 6 years to get in, and every day is another day on that waiting list. And then 123 Milton seniors and disabled residents are on the Housing Authority wait list. Most of the Milton Housing Authority housing is senior housing, and that average is about 2 to 3 vacancies per year. So it's a grim mathematical computation there about the possibility of getting into that housing with 123 names on that waiting list. So here is those recommended zoning strategies that the housing production plan identifies, and these are the lead entity is the planning board is identified here, and so you see adopt additional zoning for mixed use development, which gets your little green means go because of the Milton Village.
We've done it.
Exactly. Via the Milton Village zoning. Explore inclusionary zoning. I think, we've had a lot of really great conversations about how best to include affordability requirements in our zoning and in our permits. We don't have an official set policy just yet, but I have a feeling that we'll get to that point because of the conversations that we've been having. Streamline the permit approval process and create affordable housing guidelines. That is, I'm out already. All right. Well, you can still see this. That's a longer term project. I think that there's been a lot of really good examples in some of the cities in the region for this sort of thing. And then the two things that we're talking about tonight, amend accessory apartment bylaw and amend condo conversion bylaw. These are things that the housing production plan identified because, again, there's not a lot of small apartments in town. Those are a very dear resource, and there are not a lot of home ownership opportunities outside of single family houses, which condo conversion would address that sort of thing. So again, in the sense of the housing production plan is about giving the town strategies to diversify its housing stock. This is what the planning board's been talking about. So I'm going to stop my screen share there. And just, again, having set the table, I think, if you haven't read the plan, it's a sobering look, because, I think everyone understands that, there are some people that are doing really well and some people that are doing not so well. But I think just the numbers of people that are, in really perilous housing situations, especially, seniors and disabled folks. But there's a lot, and the numbers are again, sobering, if you take a chance to think about them. So I think, this is what the planning board, is after with these zoning articles. And so I think, it was a good public hearing 2 weeks ago. I think there was a lot of input, that the board should take into account tonight. But I think, when we talk about change, and how things are going to change Milton or change the neighborhood, those numbers, that's the status quo right now, with those numbers of people that are cost burdened and bordering on housing insecure. And so, if it's not exactly these articles, it needs to be something. So I'm going to stop editorializing.
Well, so I thought the reason why I thought that was important is because I think when we talk about housing production plan, it sounds like we're trying to produce housing for people that are not already living here. And I think it's important to know that there are challenges of people that are already our neighbors and are already struggling, and the families among us that are, making some difficult choices to afford housing that they, just to stay in this community, that they can't really afford, or that's a stretch. So and of course, the people on the waiting list for the subsidized units, it's heartbreaking to think of, and we don't want to lose any residents to any, feel like they have to leave town. There's a lot of really good data in that report. So if you haven't looked at it, it is a little dry, but it's really informative, and it talks about how these particular zoning articles are. There were a lot of comments about how we're not solving the 40B problem with these two articles, and I agree. And I think we have to have a discussion as a board about the content of the articles themselves and what we want to do moving forward. But I think the strategy in the housing production plan that says, you have these larger homes with an aging population that may wish to downsize, but has fewer opportunities to do that in our community. And if they could, move into an in-law apartment somewhere, or they could move into a condo, or any number of different opportunities that are smaller than their single family home that they own today, to make available to another family. So it's sort of the layering effect, I think, of how they lay it out in the housing production plan is very informative. So I just encourage people to take a look if you haven't. Cheryl, did you have a comment?
Yes, if I may add a comment about the housing production plan,
Please.
April.
Mhm.
Yeah, I was one of two of us on the board who assisted with that. Kathleen was the other. And one of the things, in talking with neighbors who live near where the current 40B proposals are, a lot of people have asked, just not in outside conversations, but at our meetings as well, what is the town doing? Why isn't the town doing something? Why are we subject to these 40Bs? And one of the things that's important to realize with the housing production plan is it actually is a roadmap. It provides the path to address our shortfall of the 5% or nearly 500 units that we're short. And if we make progress on that plan, it gives us temporary stay. And so we wouldn't be subject to these very large and out of scale 40Bs the way we are today. So I just think it's important for people to understand how it ties back to the 40Bs. And I completely appreciate the fact that it's not, the housing production plan is not completely about the 40Bs and the subsidized housing inventory, but it is an important piece of it because of this temporary stay. And that gives us time to plan. If we make progress, we actually get to help plan it instead of being hit with so many projects at one time.
Right. Implementation of the housing production plan gives us the ability basically to reject future 40Bs if we hit the targets. But the other thing I do want to point out is that even in the housing production plan, it says even if you meet your 10%, Milton still is very challenged in the diversity of its housing stock. So that doesn't mean our job is done. It means there's other market rate units that are needed to meet the full range of needs of our changing demographics here in town. Anybody else have anything? Oh, Rich, you were also listed on the housing production plan, so I want to make sure you get credit. I saw your name on the working group. I don't know if you had anything to add, but I want to make sure you get full credit for that. I'm sure it took a lot.
Sorry, it's one of three of us. Sorry.
No. Yeah, please. I'm sure I did not do quite near as much as the other members. No, I don't have anything to add. I think it's,
Okay.
I agree with everything.
Kathleen and Denny, before we get into the next discussion, I don't know if you have anything to add about this.
No.
Okay.
No, I just had a question. Is part of the reason that we have that gap that Tim was talking about is part of that because the property value of our homes has consistently gone up over the last 15 years? Is that part of it? Is that our town has an incredible record in year after year after year growth?
I mean, yeah, that's the explanation. There is there's everyone's property values. Everyone's property values have gone up. And I think that speaks to there's kind of two things work out. I'm not an economist, but I think it's pretty clear that on the one hand you've got a highly desirable town. Milton's a great place to live. Great schools, great amenities, great parks, great everything. And then you also have a regional kind of housing scarcity that, property values everywhere are going up because the demand to live in greater Boston is so tremendous. And the housing production across the region, it's not just Milton, it's everywhere except for, Boston, Cambridge, and Quincy. There's a couple others that have done all right, but, no one's producing housing at the level to keep up with the demand to live in the region. So, that's the other kind of input into, rising property values, rising home prices. And then we can talk about how wages haven't kept up, yada, yada, yada. But I think, Denny, that is a part of it.
Thank you, Tim.
Anything else, Denny?
No, that's all for now. I'm interested to hear from the public.
Yes. So this was just a little for all of the folks who are online listening to us, but this was just a little context because I think there were a lot of comments that implied that these were sort of ideas that came out of nowhere or that were expressly intended to get us to 10%. And I don't believe that was our strategy. I think our strategy has been pretty formulaic, working through the latest update of the housing production plan, and ticking off what we can and making progress where we can. And so we will advance our discussion tonight. Cheryl, did you have something to add?
I just wanted to ask April if we were going to have a chance amongst the board to discuss comments, and also I wanted to discuss the map a little bit, and I also wanted to give a little bit of background on the historic and maybe some of that is for people who are listening as well, but I just wanted to understand how you vision the discussion to go
Yes,
tonight.
so we had our public hearing last week, and we discussed the opportunity for tonight to be a working session of the board. I will probably open it up for 15 or 20 minutes of comments for people that have not yet spoken or haven't submitted written comment, but I do feel like we have a very large body of comment on the draft proposal that was put out for comment last week. I kept it open, or we as a board kept it open last week because we didn't know if we were going to be making changes. And if we did, we wanted to make sure we had the opportunity for the public to be weighing in again. But I don't think we're in a position to be making changes until we discuss it as a board. So really the value of tonight will be our own deliberation, I think, if everybody is comfortable with that process. Is everybody on the board okay with that?
Yes.
So what I think we should do is maybe hop right into condo conversion. Unless somebody else has a strong feeling about doing accessory dwelling first. No? Okay. So let's go to condo conversion. And I think that, we'll open it up. I see a couple of hands raised. If we can limit the comments to just a couple minutes, that would be really helpful. If you've already spoken at the last hearing, or if you've submitted written comments, we have all of those, we've reviewed all of those, and we will continue to do that. So if we can open it up now, we're just going to hear for 20 minutes maybe from folks. So if we can just try to keep it brief, and if you have something new to add, by all means, if you want to just add your name to the list of people that have said the same thing before, feel free to do that too. So I am just going to call people, unmute you. Kurt and Bob Sweeney, please introduce yourself with your name and address.
Oh, yeah, I did. Yeah, and I'm unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Yes, thank you.
My name is Bob Sweeney, and I'm a founding member of the Neighborhood Coalition. And on Tuesday, the coalition sent the Planning Board, Select Board, and Warrant Committee a letter signed by 40 residents from all parts of town relative to our opposition of the proposed condo bylaw. And for those listening tonight, a copy of this letter is in today's Milton Times so that you can read the content of it and then form your own opinions. There are fewer neighborhood endorsements on this letter due to the fact of the Times deadlines for publication. But the letter that was sent to the town officials contained 40 signatures, and I can't help but emphasize that these were the voices of people from every part of Milton, which I think is critical. In a nutshell, to be brief, Madam Chair, we, the Neighborhood Coalition, are asking that the proposed bylaw be withdrawn because it is the consensus of our group that the bylaw would threaten the fabric of Milton. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sweeney.
April, can I just,
Sure.
I just wanted to do a 23B3 disclosure that I belong to an association that Bob Sweeney belongs to as well, the Milton Neighborhood Coalition. And pursuant to guidance from the State Ethics Commission, I feel that I can be fair and objective in carrying out my official duties as a planning board member on this topic. And pursuant to the same guidance, I think it's important that all planning board members disclose any pertinent relationships that they have when people appear before us. So, thank you. I just wanted to do that.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you.
Next is Bill Spinks. You are unmuted, Mr. Spinks. If you could please just introduce yourself with your name and address. Oh, you just have to unmute yourself. Oh, there you go.
It's Bill Spinks, 7 Russell Street. My wife Kathy and I have lived here for 47 years in a house that was built in 1850, and it's the oldest house on Russell Street. In 1974, we were refused a mortgage by a local bank because the house had such rundown condition, and we were told that the house was worthless and we should tear it down and build a new house. But we've had this appreciation for a long time for historic homes, and we saw the potential in this neglected property, but we eventually got a mortgage and we restored the house over many years while raising our 3 kids here. I noticed the opening sentence of the master plan. It said that participants in this master plan process expressed a uniformly strong position that they wish to preserve Milton's physical character, namely its historic and natural features. This small neighborhood of 15 homes on Russell and North Russell Street have many historic large homes. 8 of 15 of them qualify for condo conversion, potentially resulting in 47 condos, each house needing parking for 8 to 10 cars, adding up to 70 to 90 cars on these 2 small streets, with lawns needing to be paved over and trees and plantings removed for parking. These homes would definitely no longer look like single-family homes as the article seemed to intend. It really is overwhelming, really, even to envision the amount of traffic and the safety risk to children, as well as the daily noise and pollution. Airplane noise was not our creation, but this would be. The owners of ineligible homes, such as ours, are faced with a really significant financial risk. Who would want to buy a house that was not eligible for condo conversion in a residential neighborhood where the majority of the historic homes could be converted into multiple condo units at any time? In conclusion, I'd just say integrating so many condos in historic neighborhoods on such a large scale as planned in this article obviously has caused a great deal of grief and concern among many of the residents. And while these condos are a valuable housing alternative, and they may need to be considered for Milton to address its housing needs, I think this article needs to be withdrawn. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Spinks. Okay. And we have another hand, Torrance Kopfer. You can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hi, my name is Torrance Kopfer. I live at 149 Randolph Avenue. I appreciate the board granting me the opportunity to speak. My wife and I moved to Milton in, I don't know, about 6 years ago, I think. And we've since come to really appreciate the community, appreciate its diverse nature, appreciate all that it has to offer. We lived over in the Columbines when we first moved to the town and have since moved over onto the Hill area. And while I'm sensitive to the nature of development and the town's needs for it, and I am a firm believer that we should plan for development because unplanned development leads to problems that are very hard to unwind. There is a part of me that feels as though these bylaw changes are not thought through quite as thoroughly as would benefit the town in the long run. Specifically, I would respectfully raise the point to the board that it doesn't actually address the affordability problem that the town faces, which is the giant loophole that allows developers to raise homes and put up massive developments that the town doesn't have the infrastructure or the services to support. And I would also respectfully suggest that the stated means of protecting historic homes isn't addressed because homes are more than just their facades. And if you allow development inside the home and then additions that, even though they would need to conform with the exterior views, it inherently changes the spirit and the feel of the home. I think that protection of historic residences could be better done in other ways. I would suggest that I understand it's a very difficult problem. that the board is facing. These things are not a solution that makes everyone happy, and I understand that. And you all are not in an easy position, and so I thank you for your thoughtfulness as you consider this. I just would like to think that perhaps it could be reconsidered in a way that might address things more carefully and more thoughtfully. And I say that not suggesting that thoughtfulness was not put into the original proposed changes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. So we don't have any other hands raised. So we have one more hand raised. Mr. Seidman, I know I'm going to unmute you. I know you spoke at the last hearing.
I'm John's son.
Okay, go right ahead.
My name is Seth. I have two questions. One is, to me, I totally support diversifying the housing stock, but to me, Milton should be in control of its own destiny. So I think it is a goal to get outside of 40B, and I'd like your all comments on that. And then assuming that it is a goal to get outside of 40B, I don't totally understand the math with respect to the condo conversion issue. Let's say you convert one of these large historic homes to like multiple condos. Let's say 1 is affordable housing and 9 is not affordable housing. How does that get us towards getting outside the 40B reach? But that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think with these two articles, we weren't expressly targeting 40B production, but the other members of the board can speak to their opinion on that. I mean, my opinion on this was more of creating a diversity of housing stock for the town and the preservation of older homes, because we have seen those being the targets of some of these 40B projects. But other members may have a difference of opinion. I think what we should do, though, if anybody wants to chime into that right now.
Can I just chime in one thing, April?
Yeah.
As people have identified, most of Milton, as Tim said, is 75% single family, but our zoning is really mostly single family. And so when we think about how to achieve our affordable housing goals, and most of Milton is built, it's pretty hard to see us doing it with single family homes. And the only multifamily zoning we have was site specific pretty much to the Winter Valleys, to the Unquity House, to Fuller Village, Pine Tree Brook, and Quissit Brook. And so those aren't available to somebody else to utilize really, unless they can meet the very specific criteria that zoning was established for. With the exception to that is the Milton Village that we just passed recently. And we all know that we're working on the possibility of new zoning in East Milton. There's been, our last meeting, we had discussion about the effort that's been going on there, and there may very well be some zoning there. But to address reaching or achieving more affordable housing, not through the 40B process, we need to think about if there's any other zoning alternative to those couple of mixed use overlays. And I think that's just what we're trying to see if this kind of zoning could work for. And I think that there's a lot of important issues that have been raised, but I do think that background would be useful for people to understand. There's another piece of background that I think is useful for folks to understand. Zoning can't instill a historic district or historic requirements in a way that historic district that would be led through the Milton Historical Commission and the Select Board and go to the Massachusetts Historical Commission would. So we can't, there are no requirements currently in Milton other than our 24-month demolition delay. That's the only thing that's available to protect historic resources in Milton. And so whether zoning, which requires some preservation, can be a tool to help us protect some of those historic resources is something we were trying to look at here. And I think it's an important thing for us to continue to talk about. And I have some more comment about that for us to think about, but I just wanted to give that background at this point.
Yeah, and on the topic of, I think those were really good questions, Mr. Simon. I think on the topic of how do we intend to get to our 40B 485 unit requirement on the subsidized housing inventory, the SHI. I think that housing production plan is the roadmap that we're supposed to be following. We currently have 8 40Bs pending consideration, which may or may not alter that ultimate number. I suspect it will. And I think that that's a really good question. I think there needs to be a lot of engagement. I know there's Affordable Housing Trust has been talking about this. The selectmen have been talking about it. We've been talking about it. Master Plan Implementation Committee has been talking about it, but it might make sense to do some sort of offshoot of the master planning, like a master planning process on this topic where we can engage residents and do sort of those breakout sessions and what have you. I just don't want to get too far off topic for tonight because we have a finite period of time, and I really want the board to deliberate on the comments that we've heard so far, because there are a lot of very thoughtful comments. Denny, did you have something?
Yeah, I just wanted to tell Mr. Seidman that I think I have some of the same concerns that he has, because I think even condos, market rate condos would be rather expensive in the various neighborhoods that I was looking at over the last 2 weeks. Even in the village, you know, the neighborhood, that Russell Street, I think a condo in there would be more expensive than the median figures that we were just looking at. So I, in a way, we're kind of doing more of the same. And so I'm having trouble with the math too, because we are just creating more of a unit baseline, which would be very hard to keep up with. So we're kind of like a cat chasing our tail, just adding more density, but then we need more affordables to keep up with the density. So I'm grappling with some of the math issues myself. And I'm recalling at our last meeting that Meredith Hall walked us through the amount of condos that we have and the amount of condos that we have coming. So I'm feeling pretty good about that type of diversity. What we don't seem to have is the very needed affordable, you know, unfortunately, the rentals or the 2 families, once you make a 2-family condo, the property value, it just gets harder and harder to let people who need affordable housing in. So it is a challenge, and we do have to think about the math. So those are some of the things that I'm grappling with here too.
Yeah,
and thank you.
I think that just one point on that is there's going to be housing growth. I mean, there's going to be single family housing growth. There's going to be maybe condos, maybe not. So that number is always going to fluctuate. I think to assume that we're going to stay at some baseline today forever is just not realistic. I mean, we're going to new growth somehow. So, I mean, I think we have to keep that in mind too. But what I'd like to do is for the board to shift over to our own deliberation as we had planned and do sort of a working session. I think there have been a lot of comments in emails and, public comment at our hearing, in letters that we've received. And I think that there has been some folks maybe not understanding some of the provisions of what we had proposed, but I don't know that it makes sense for us to go. I mean, because we put forward this list that said there were a potential universe of 235 properties. I don't know the exact amount, but we didn't. I think people heard that number and got very concerned without consideration for all of the limiting factors that we had listed in the zoning article. And that I think really shrunk that universe significantly if we went out to each and every parcel and figured out how much open space was there and what the setbacks were and what have you. I think there's been a couple of misunderstandings about parking requirements and, a whole bunch of things. But rather than go through and try to correct comments that we think were wrong. I think the better approach is really to talk about what the common themes were that we've been hearing. And, you know, I've heard a lot of concern about adding additional units to sites. I've heard a lot of people say, including the letter from the Historic Commission, that, you know, the concept of preserving Milton's historic housing inventory is great, and that we should, you know, perhaps I've heard from a number of people that we don't need to necessarily scrap the idea altogether, but we should think about how to reformat it so that it's not as impactful. I've heard people talk about potentially a sunset provision, and I don't really want to get into a back and forth on this was wrong and this is right and this is. I think we put something out. People had a misunderstanding of it in many cases. I think there were a number of limiting factors that were not considered in a lot of the comments, and that's okay. I think what we heard is people are very nervous about the idea of too much growth on some of these properties, and that maybe we should think about whether there's an opportunity to move forward with the concept, but in a more limited fashion. And I don't know what other folks have heard, but that's kind of my overarching feeling of what I've heard.
So one thing I would say on that, April, is that one of the things I think that, you know, where it takes 9 or 10 units to get to an affordable unit, you know, and it takes an acre to get to 10 units, basically. It takes, you know, basically an acre to get to an affordable unit. And so I think, you know, well, I had looked at some sites as test sites, you know, to look at some of those limiting controls. I do think we should think about whether this one bylaw can accomplish everything that we're trying to accomplish, and whether we need more than one. And on, and so to, you know, on the number of, and then just the other thing, a couple of quick observations. On the map, I actually said, okay, I looked at the map and I said, well, how many parcels of that last map are a half acre or less? And that was 34. And then I looked at how many are between a half acre and 1 acre, and that's 46. And then at some point, someone said, well, what about, you know, 4 acre sites? So I looked at that and I said, well, there's 28 on here that are 4 acre. But then I looked at every single one of those. And I can tell you the Eustis Estate is in there. The Wakefield Estates is in there. Wolcott Woods is in there. 3 Curry College properties are in there. And there's several that don't have any frontage. They have an address, but no frontage. They have a driveway that leads in, and then it's a big parcel in the back. So when you take out all of those, there's 15 of those. That leaves you 13. And one of them is 648 Canton Avenue, which is subject to a 40B. I didn't see 582 Blue Hill Ave on the list, and I may have missed it, but that would be another one that would be on the list. That would make it.
It's less than 4 acres.
It's less, so that's what. But I didn't even see it for less, because this list, I'm looking at the main map, and so then and then further. So then I looked at, okay, how many of these are in the AA and A and B district? And, you know, a lot of them are in the AA and A, but there is at least one that's in the B. And that in the B district, you know, you can do a subdivision and you need 20,000 square feet per lot. And so you could, that's the kind of thing that we were thinking about, I think, is we wouldn't necessarily want to see something torn down because the location of that historic house on the property wasn't ideal for the subdivision, where somebody could otherwise get 10 units in. They might tear down the house and put in 10 lots, right? I mean, this was something that was discussed quite a bit with the zoning, the Great Estates PUD, because, you know, that property could have been subdivided as of right into house lots, right? And that can happen on these larger parcels too. They could be subdivided into house lots. Now, if it's 4 acres in a AA, that's not too many lots that they're going to get. But if it's 11 acres or 10 acres or 5 acres, and the other thing that this mapping doesn't take into account is that I noticed a couple of these parcels that there's common ownership between a parcel and the parcel next to it. And so that it's actually a larger site, and which could get up to say 10 or 11 or 12 acres. And so, on these, is there an opportunity to think about that the zoning could apply to these so that it would be something rather than a typical subdivision? And one of the things that I was thinking about with it was something that I was made aware of in Dedham. They have this zoning, which is called a planned residential development. And if a conventional subdivision would yield a certain number, someone could apply under this planned residential development, and you could put requirements in, so it might be a cluster, but in this case, it might be the preservation of an existing historic home, that if you make that preservation, instead of doing let's say you get to do 5, 1.5 times that would be that you have 7 units. So you have an incentive to preserve the existing house. I've talked with a couple of developers and contractors who will tell me that it's more expensive, and as an architect, I know this too, it's more expensive to restore a historic property, historic home than it is to build new. And, so that's oftentimes why you need some kind of incentive, for the preservation of it, that it can justify the additional cost to renovate it and to restore it. So I just, I think we talked about our mapping needing some further analysis. And just with this analysis that I've done on the 4-acre parcels, I think there's not anywhere close to the number of units. Some of these lots are such oddly shaped that they wouldn't subdivide by the time you put in the setbacks. And, these sort of test layouts, and all of these that I looked at, the 28 that I looked at today, there's a handful that would actually probably make sense in some way, and and the rest of them just either wouldn't qualify, or by the time you did the layouts, they wouldn't qualify because they couldn't meet the setbacks and other requirements. So I think, if we want to think about, historic preservation and an alternative to a traditional conventional subdivision, whether it's a historic property or historic landscape, we can think about that. On the affordability side, I think it is something that we should think about. One thought I had was, we do have some properties that are what's considered pre-existing non-conforming uses in our residential districts. And whether we think about some kind of zoning, and I'm not sure how this would work yet, but something where those, should they change use in the future, that there be opportunity for housing that could be more targeted to a certain affordability, that could become some as of right kind of use on that property. So I don't know, Tim may be able to give some thought to that.
Well, that's getting us farther afield from what we're looking at now, which is the condo conversion bylaw. And
right,
so
what I'm trying to do, Kathleen, is say what were our goals, right? If our goals are historic preservation, and our goals are try to what Tim said about the variety in the housing stock, but then the other was just the affordability. How do we make some progress on the affordability? One other thing that we had talked about with it was, so that's why I said maybe it's not this zoning that's going to accomplish some of the goals that we were talking about.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think going back to your original point is that, or somebody's point, is that maybe we're trying to do too many things in one bylaw.
Agreed.
And so let's I took a step back today to say, okay, fine, let's just do a baby step. And so right now in this town, you can't convert a dwelling into a condo unless it's already a 3-family. You can turn it into a 3-family condo. That's it. That's the only thing we can
do. A 2-family to a condo, right?
You can do 2-family, but it already has to be an existing 2-family, and you can make it a 2-unit condo. So that's the only
Or
thing
you
we
have to-
allow.
Well, you could have
So-
a 10 acre site.
A 20-acre site,
Or
right?
to our 10-acre site. So that's it. 2 things. So you look at Elliott Street, almost all of those 3 families and whatever, those 2 families on Elliott Street are condos. And they were built as 3s and they now are 3-unit condos. So what I did was take a step back to say, why can't we allow some larger house that's a single family house to get divided into condos without already having to be 2 or 3 families? And then we can go back to the discussion. So we could take a look at the changes that I suggested in this one, which is no additional buildings. You can build a garage maybe, but only an accessory structure. You've got the original building. You can cut that up into condos like they do in other towns all over the place here. And that gets us a housing stock that we don't have now. Condos in older houses, it's a way to save the older house. Instead of getting it torn up, it can get turned into condos in a sensitive way. And then take the next step on doing a broader look like you have suggested, as another potential zoning amendment. But don't throw it all into this one, was kind of my idea.
Well, the what you suggest, though, doesn't address the concerns people had about the condo opportunity driving the price of the historic single families up and incentivizing too many of them to be converted to condo.
Seriously, do we really think that, people are going to be like, oh man, that's what I really want to be doing, is cutting up my house and turning it into a condo? You could
Yeah, I think
put a cap on them for how many of them happen in a year. I don't,
trying to respect.
Danny, did you have something you wanted to say?
Yeah, I wanted to recall, it was about 3.5, maybe 4 years ago. I think it was Central Avenue. A homeowner came in and they had enough land to subdivide, but they said, we would rather put, I think it was 2, maybe 3 units in their large house. The neighborhood preferred that to subdividing. It was like on a big rock, or this landscape feature. Remember this? So we were fine with it. The neighborhood was fine with it. It went to ZBA and it happened. So I think that
No, it actually didn't happen. The neighbors opposed that being turned into 2 condos. And then the owners passed away. And I don't know what's happened with it since. But it actually didn't.
Are we talking about the same one? I don't know that we're talking about the same one.
I think we are actually.
We tried to do an A&R and we did a site walk.
I remember we did a site walk.
Yeah, I think you are talking about the same one, because the house on Central Ave did not get converted. I thought it sold.
But I want to just mention that in the 4 whatever years I've been on the planning board, there's only been one proposal that's come before us. So it's not like there's people knocking down the door trying to go condo. But when I was out around town, I was gathering signatures for one of our candidates, and I noticed I ended up in a variety of neighborhoods, from Hillside, Harlan Street, and on this end of town, all the way over to Milton Village and Elliott Street, and I ended up everywhere, Brush Hill Road, and all the denser neighborhoods in the middle. And people were, this was a hot topic in town, and people were bringing it up to me, and they were saying, one, their historic properties, they, some people living on a larger property and a lot in these smaller historic areas, they don't have any trouble getting offers for their houses. People are very interested in purchasing them, so that they're kind of selling like hotcakes, all over the place. And they did think that there would be real developer pressure on their neighborhood. And what was interesting to me was people who owned these historic parcels, who could, in effect, if their property value went up because they would be selling to condo developers, they could sort of say, well, this sounds great to me, but that's not what they wanted. They pointed to, I want to keep my house as a house, and I'm afraid that that guy over there and that one in that historic house and that one in that historic house will go condo, and we don't want that change. We want to keep our cohesive neighborhood as it is. So I trust people that they know their neighborhood, and they know they know the development pressure that they have, and I can recognize it in my own neighborhood. So I think Cheryl mentioned earlier, historic districts. I think that's a great way to think about historic preservation. And a lot of these people who lived in these historic districts. I mean, a point I wanted to make earlier was that people who own these
Don't have
properties,
historic districts.
right? But we could,
But people have to agree to it, and that never happens.
Right. Well, these people were interested in
Well,
that. Generally
Talking
speaking.
to somebody.
What?
You should be mentioning that, because the problem is that you can't, people won't sign on because they think it's going to reduce the value of their property because suddenly they can't do what they want to do with it.
So I think, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, but I think that historic districts, I think we've talked about it a lot. And I think that our board has expressed interest in them. And I don't know if, and this is a question for the board, and I don't mean to take off topic, Denny, but I do want to make sure that it is considered, because I think it's an important one. I think we all have said that's a good thing to think about and we should do it. I was under the impression that the historical commission was going to be looking into that, but is that a role for the planning board?
No, it's not.
Do you know anything about that, Denny? Has the historical commission taken that up? I thought they were going to study it.
I think they are studying it, but
Okay.
I mean, why wouldn't we be thinking about that if we're thinking about, planning, and we're looking at lots of developments? Why wouldn't we be working with the historical commission?
We don't. It's not our choice. It's the historic commission's authority, and they do.
But we can work with them, kind of like the accessory dwelling falls under ZBA, and we're working on accessory dwellings.
So I think that
other than saying thanks, would we think it's a great idea? We don't really have much we can do about it.
So maybe what we can do is we can ask Steve O'Donnell to join us at a future meeting and to figure out how we can help build a bridge. Because I think that this board has talked about this being a very good idea. I think we all see the value in it. I think we would like to see it happen. And it might be within the purview of the historical commission, but and I was under the impression that they were studying it, but now that you bring it up, Denny, which is a good point, we haven't heard anything about it. So maybe there's something that we can do to help support that effort. So let's keep this on the list, Tim, for a future meeting, because I think that's worth pursuing. I didn't want to.
Thank you, April. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Can you continue, Denny? Because I totally interrupted you.
Oh, no, that's okay. I think
I'm
ready to let the floor go.
So I just, in thinking about, what Kathleen and Denny were saying, one thought I had was I have become aware of more than just the one on Central Ave. There was one on Brush Hill Road that's changed hands a couple of times. And because it's probably on 2 acres now, rather than probably lots and lots of acres when it was first built. And there's an easement that runs right across the front of it. And it was used for illegal parties for a while. And its interior has been modified a lot. And, there are homes like that. There are some that are big. They have a 3rd floor that was all staff, and okay, there might be some families who want a 11, 12,000 square foot home, like, the 12,000 square foot home on Blue Hill Avenue. But, the fact is the Tamposi family purchased 648 Canton Avenue and 582 Blue Hill Avenue for the same price that it was on the market for as a single family residence. They didn't overpay as developers, for those properties. They paid a single family price. And, so I do think that there are properties that are going to continue to be at risk when we're short over 500, almost 500 units. And I do think we have to think about the fact that people who are concerned about this bylaw could very well be seeing a huge 40B come up in their neighborhood. And, until we are on the radar screen of developers who are interested in doing this kind of development. And I don't think too many people would have thought that some of these properties that are even the Brush Hill Road and the Amore Road would be ones that would be 40B proposals. And, and some level of affordability or some level of unit count is going to come out of these. But I do still believe that it is a collective responsibility of the residents of this town to try and address this problem of meeting our shortfall in affordable housing. And to the extent that zoning can try and help, I do think we have to try and move forward with it. On these large homes, I think, are different than the ones that might be 4,000 square feet. So, I mean, the reality is we looked at 4,000 square feet because the Canton Avenue house is 4,000 square feet, whereas the Blue Hill Avenue house is 12,000 square feet. I think one of the other things that we talked about with these is if there was a zoning alternative to the 40Bs, would a 40B developer withdraw their 40B application and do something that would be considered as of right through the, or it's not 100% as of right because it requires a special permit. But would it be an alternative? Because right now what we've got, when I started to say before, is we have single family zoning and we have very limited multifamily and we have one mixed use. So the alternative for somebody buying a piece of property is just to go to the 40B route if they don't want to do a single family, because there's no other option for them. There's no other realistic option. And so I do think we still need to continue to think about a zoning option that would help with the affordability. And if there can be a zoning option that helps with historic, separate from the affordability, I'm happy to continue to think about. That's what I suggested, the Dedham zoning, which could apply to a historic home, that rather than doing a subdivision on that property, that you could be incentivized by having a 0.5% increase in what you'd be able to do if you did a conventional subdivision, which might entail tearing down the house, which is in the middle of that parcel. And so I think sort of thinking about what our objectives are, kind of rolling back to that first and seeing if this condo conversion can really meet which of those objectives can it help meet, and which things are going to be really tough for it to meet. And those that are tough, we split out and do a separate kind of initiative on. So that's.
I had a question. Do you mind if I go first, Danny?
I don't mind.
Okay. I didn't want to. You raised your hand technically. That's first, though. So Cheryl, in this Dedham example that you mentioned, is that adding units in addition to the existing home?
Yeah. So let's say if you kept the existing home, so that you could turn it into condos, so you wouldn't be required to, right? Mm-hmm. But then you could build like a cluster. Right. So you could do something instead of subdividing the property into the lots and putting a road in, right, which is typical. You could use a driveway. So it doesn't have to be a subdivision, right, with a full roadway width. I mean, if we think about what we've seen with these small subdivisions, like the Pleasant Street one, where you've got that roadway with the cul-de-sac, instead of a driveway where the whole development is considered a condo. And so maybe you have a couple of 2-unit buildings, maybe you do a 3-unit building, you have the condo building. So it's the same idea that we were talking about with the conversion, but it doesn't require the conversion, right? And it doesn't allow as many units. We could think of it as another way, I guess, in the condo conversion that we have is that you increase the minimum lot size, you increase the lot size per unit, and so that it wouldn't be, I know Kathleen had a different idea about this, but the properties that a lot of people are talking about, the neighborhoods a lot of people are talking about, where it's on these smaller 1/4 acre or 1/2 acre lots, I think we should really consider pulling those out. And whether we go to 4 acres or 2 acres, I don't think anything less than 1 acre makes any sense on the affordability side. And the question I have really is why should it apply to only historic properties? People raise that question. I think it was a good question. If you have a house that was built in, let's say, 1960 on a large piece of land, why not have an alternative to a subdivision on that as well?
Okay.
So I think it needs further study. I'd like to really look at this mapping a little bit more. We have some maps that were generated previously in when we were talking about, I think last spring, when we were kind of trying to understand where these 40Bs were relative to the where else we have affordable projects. I pulled those up today. We have one that shows where the 2-acre lots are, where 2 to 3 acre lots are. And, you know, I don't think it has the list of addresses next to it, but I'm sure the GIS department could take a look at that. So, I mean, my suggestion is we need some more work on this. I'm happy to further investigate the things that I've suggested. I really think the mapping is important because I think that the map that we put out had way too many parcels that weren't going to ever work, like I outlined before. Eustis Estate and Wolcott Woods and things. We know that Wakefield Estates, Curry College, they're not part of it. And there's a lot of acreage associated with those. And so by having not gone and really diligently analyzed that map, I think was a disservice to ourselves and to the public, you know, in terms of the number of units that this could potentially produce.
Yeah, I mean, I just to that point, Cheryl, is that, you know, so everybody on the call knows we've been working on this since March, but I don't think we felt as though we were done when we originally voted on November, I think it was 12th, to put this forward to the selectmen. It was something that we did because there were 8 40Bs pending, and our town leadership was desperate
People
to
were
find
picking
a
on
way
us for not doing anything.
Well, yeah, that's true. People were telling us we weren't doing it, which we knew was not true. But I think that the select board and, you know, us and the community leaders and the different neighborhoods were really looking for a way out of this situation. And we were encouraged to, not by the neighborhoods, but we were encouraged to put forward the condo conversion as something that might be part of a negotiation. Frankly, that situation has now passed because I don't see any developer that's already in this deep as all of these 40B projects are now changing course for a potential zoning article that may or may not pass town meeting. So that whole opportunity has passed. But I think that's really why we were sort of rushing things, because we were trying to create this alternative to a 40B that might help us negotiate and save some of these properties. Obviously, that isn't the case. And you know, so I think that might have been part of the anxiety of the neighborhoods and some of the residents who are feeling as though, you know, this was getting ahead of us. But I agree with you. I think there is some work to be done. My feeling is that maybe what you're talking about and what I was thinking of as condo conversion might be two separate things. But I do think that it's something that we should continue to talk about. I mean, I think maybe thinking about a condo conversion much scaled back, something that you can't change the exterior of a building, that has minimal impacts, but does create a new diversity of housing within the stock that we already have, which is frankly less impactful than building a whole bunch of new stuff, is an interesting option that we should continue to thinking about. But I think that it does require more time. So I don't know what other members of the board have to say. I'm sorry, Denny, and I had interrupted you. So
Oh, no, that's okay. I'll keep going, April. That's fine.
No, I'm actually done. Those are just
okay.
feedback on where I think we should go with this. But I think there's multiple avenues. I think what you've suggested, Cheryl, is really interesting. It's different kind of than what I was thinking of, but I think it's maybe the course that we take. I would like to keep condo conversion in some form part of the discussion, but I think there needs to be much more discussion.
So could I make a motion to withdraw this article as is?
We haven't heard Rich.
We haven't submitted it.
Oh, as soon as Rich has weighed in?
Yeah, we need to hear from Rich, but we actually don't have anything to withdraw. We already withdrew what we voted in November.
Okay.
This was just a public hearing for the sake of keeping the conversation going. And frankly, I want to say in that regard, this was a huge success.
I learned a lot. I
We
certainly
would have
learned a lot.
never had this number of people engage on this topic had we not scheduled the public hearing, and people might have got the misimpression that this was happening in February, which it wasn't. But it still generated a lot of, I think, really thoughtful thinking and conversation.
Well, all the people who volunteered to help write something.
Yeah, there were a lot of volunteers, so I hope we see
did.
continued engagement. But Rich, I'm sorry, I think you just unmuted. Did you have something you wanted to say?
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like the rest of the board has a thought of where to go from here, and I'm good with that. It makes sense. I will say though that, Cheryl, what you kind of outlined a few minutes ago, I agree with. I'll put in my own spin on it. We've got a number of things in certain parts of the town, right? So lots of areas of the town are looking at 100+ units, right? And so this process was great. I thought it was great. I really appreciate everybody. I mean, there's still 41 people on the line. I appreciate everybody that came in and gave their thoughts and their opinions. I really appreciated, there was a lot of notes that people gave to give ideas on how to maybe make it better. And I agreed with a lot of them. One of the things that I do feel bad about is, we still have there's an onslaught on different parts of town.
Mm-hmm.
And unfortunately, those things are usually put in certain parts of town. And until this town actually puts forward some good zoning that shares that throughout the town, certain parts of town are going to keep getting beat up. And, while I do not want to see any of the things come to fruition that people are really worried about, unfortunately, we have, to be fair and equitable across the town. I mean, I do think we need to come up with some zoning that shares in that all over the place. I mean, you've heard me say this at many of our meetings. We just had Carberry Estate, massive tract of land, which there's not a lot of those tracts left. There's not one bit of affordable housing on that property. We have 88 Wharf, not one bit of affordable housing on that property. We are losing our opportunities in big pieces of property. If we don't start coming up, with some other options for folks, then, things are 120+ units are being stuck in certain parts of town. And I gotta be honest with you, it's not fair to those parts of town either. And so I think, I said this at a meeting, many meetings ago. I feel like I'm worried about this because I feel like we're entering the areas of town against other areas of town. And it's kind of what it is. Everybody is coming separately together amongst their own neighborhoods and fighting one property at a time. But I'm still not seeing the town come together as a whole and saying, how can we all come together and fix this? So again, I really do appreciate folks that came out, and I got so many emails like you all did. But there was a lot of them that had good thoughts and good opinions. I really hope we don't kick this off too far down the road, that we do actually, make it better, if you will, and come around, because I do believe I'm looking at a lot of faces on here that spent a lot of hours doing this. And I do think there's some good stuff here, and it's the right idea. It's, I get it. It's never going to be perfect. So I'm saying all this because it's unfortunate. I do think it's unfortunate we kicked too far. Because, again, we've got 8 or 9 40Bs in front of us. And while people are right that this isn't going to be the silver bullet, but right now we have nothing. And so we're just getting killed in certain areas of town.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question, Rich? So are you suggesting that we should push forward with conversion now? Because I'd be amenable to continuing this discussion now if you want.
I mean, I thought there was some good notes that folks had sent around. I mean, there was a bunch, so I'm going to name one name, but I know there was a bunch. But I know that last week, I think Brian Furs, past member, had sent some good notes. He had some pointed ideas. I thought they were pretty good. I know a number of folks spent a lot of time writing us long lists of things. I don't know. I guess it sounded like, at least, I don't remember who just said it, but there was a couple thoughts. Maybe it was Kathleen or Charlotte, I'm not sure. Somebody just mentioned some ideas that could be altered, I'd be open to that. I mean, I don't want to push something forward that is going to be a disaster, dead on arrival. We
So
want
can
to
I volunteer this, April and Rich, to your point? I did what quickly today, what I described earlier, these parcels, looking at these parcels. I'd like us to generate some additional maps and some additional analysis. So if we did 2 acres, and if we changed, the minimum house size to something larger, and it's on a lot size of 2 acres, what does that look like? Because that's still the zoning bylaw that we're talking about, the condo conversion. It's not these other things that I suggested would be different zoning. And, then I think we'll have a better idea of how many parcels and how many units this may actually apply to when we apply different criteria. And so and just to Rich's point, because I'm very sensitive to this too, neighborhoods where the 40Bs are being proposed, there's an equity situation because neighborhoods are having to organize, raise money, hire attorneys, hire traffic experts, stormwater experts, and other experts to try and advocate for something to get to a point that they hope that the Board of Appeal will not approve a project at the density that's been proposed. And what if a neighborhood that one of these is proposed for can't afford to do that? Where does that leave us as a town to say that our more affluent parts of town are able to ward them off, only to have a developer buy a parcel in a less affluent part of town who isn't? They aren't able to ward it off. I think it's a huge problem. And it's one of the reasons why I've suggested that we, as a town, we need to address this townwide. And, it's hard to address townwide if you don't look at something that can have some application in all parts of town. And that's why I think it's important for us to look at these controlling factors. Tim's got his finger up, so do you want me to stop, Tim? Oh, okay. That's why it's important for us to look at these controlling factors: lot size per unit, house size, whether it has to be historic or not. There are some people who have asked, does it have to be ownership? Could it be rental? I mean, there are, and like I said before, I don't know that everything can be in one bylaw, but if there are things that have come out of these questions that say, okay, we can address these in the condo conversion, but we should think about addressing other issues in other ways, whether it's zoning or other policy positions.
Go ahead, Danny.
I think this has been a really hard exercise to go through, and I think people were really scared. I know one person, I was standing at his front door just to get a signature, and I got an earful, and people were sort of looking me in the eye saying that this bylaw is really consequential. Do you understand how consequential this is? And he pointed to all the properties in his neighborhood, and he read this bylaw, he understood this bylaw. And I can't tell you the number of times that people would say something to the effect of, how can you just change the zoning right out from under me? I bought into a neighborhood with like properties, and the rug's just getting pulled out from under me, kind of like, what's going on? I mean, I think that's part of why we had 82 people on the call last time, and I'm not even sure how many people are on the call this time. But I think that, I learned a lot from the people who called and emailed and wrote. I think there was we have a very, very bright and thoughtful community, and all sorts of skill sets rose to the occasion, and people were really wanting to be part of the solution and coming up with ways to raise money for the land count. And I mean, they're out there, they want to help, they want to be part of the solution. I don't think they like surprises. A zoning language is very difficult. It's very hard to write, and we just have to be careful when we're making large zoning changes. I just learned a ton that our communication around that. I was unclear about a number of things that I just learned in this discussion right now. I'm actually very glad we finally did have this discussion. So I just think we want to be careful. And, one thing that Rich touched upon, that, we don't want to play neighborhoods against neighborhoods. I really do want to express that I was heartbroken for Cheryl's neighborhood on Canton Avenue facing 240Bs right up against, their roads, Holmes Lane and all that. And then the McGinley estate and those gardens, and that neighborhood is really up against it. And that they were hopeful, it seems, that this bylaw would allow them to have condos. Instead, I was in a neighborhood and we were fighting 4 and 5-story buildings, 276 apartment units. And if somebody said, oh, you can have condos instead, I would be really, hopeful too. And I didn't realize that was part of what we were trying to do. Were we trying to provide an alternative with this? So in other words, zoning the whole town so that those two neighborhoods would have an opportunity to have condos instead of 40Bs? Because I didn't even know that was possible, because I didn't know that. My understanding is the Tamposies were very clear to the town officials that wouldn't be the case, that they were only interested in 40B.
Well, they're not the only people in the planet, and we won't have 10%. And so, this would be a mechanism.
That doesn't answer my question, Kathleen. I'm not talking about.
So getting back to the history of it, Denny, I know that we did talk about this at other meetings, and I just want to say, to the point of being surprised, I get it. People aren't watching our meetings. I wouldn't be either if I wasn't on this board and required to. No offense. But, we had been talking about this for several months. The board did unanimously vote to put an article forward. A couple of people changed their vote, and that's totally within everybody's right. But we didn't just dream this up yesterday. So, and frankly, we don't have the authority as the planning board to change any zoning. This is just a discussion. Even if we put an article forward, the authority to change the zoning is at town meeting. So I hope that everybody in the planning board and the staff would remind people of that, because I think there was a little bit of intentional pot stirring on this one by some folks. And I think there's very legitimate concerns, and I don't want to minimize anybody's concerns that has come before our board or emailed us. But there's a very consistent theme with a number of our letters of just inaccuracies. That, I think there may have been some people who were trying to, or maybe had a genuine misunderstanding of what we were trying to put forward, but trying to create it into some hysteria around it. And I think that this board, to my understanding, really has been open to any amount of public dialogue that anybody wants to engage. We're always open to have people speak at the meetings. We had the public hearing, even though we didn't have an article on the agenda for the town meeting, for the express purpose of engaging people, and I think we should continue to do that. But on the point of using this as a negotiation tool, my recollection is that was discussed a couple of times as far as the select board's interest in us advancing the condo conversion as a potential alternative. We'd have to go back to the meetings and see what was actually said on that, and maybe my recollection, because that's what I heard from the select board, but we should go back in time. But that would be my recollection of it. Rich, did you have something?
Yeah, no, I for what it's worth, I agree with Denny, everything you're saying makes a lot of sense. I look at it a little differently, because if you look at the neighborhoods that maybe have a 40B in front of them right now, I can assure you, at least my perspective is, they probably were thinking the same thing, right? Like if this came around to my neighborhood, right, and somebody said, hey, let's do this, I'd probably be thinking the same thing. Oh my God, this is going to open up the doors. This is everything that everybody's worrying about. The problem is the neighborhoods that are worried about this article right now could very much have a 100-unit 40B staring them down the barrel next month. And guess what? You're not stopping it. you can hire all the lawyers you want unless you find, some wetlands back there and hope, pray to God, maybe you're going to stop it. But, the reality is at this point, think of the last two projects I just talked about. I don't think we're looked too favorably on at the state right now. I mean, we tried to fight one, and from what I heard, I wasn't there, but they kind of laughed us out of the room. And so we're getting what's in front of us, it seems, in some shape or form. And so my thing is, I look at this as, yeah, maybe it's not the best thing in the world, but I don't see a lot of people lobbying the state to change 40B laws. And the fact is, I don't think that we should look at, there's lots of dense areas in the town. And I don't think we should just be looking at the dense areas of the town to take 200-300 units here and there. And hey, we hit our number. Unfortunately, this town is going to change over the next 20-30 years. It is. You know what I mean? Towns are changing all over the place, and we border Boston. And so, I mean, I never would have thought we would have approved something that had micro apartments, but it seemed like a good project and it went forward. We're going to see more and more of that. I mean, do I like it? No, I'd like to. I lived behind East Milton Square my whole life, and quite honestly, I miss going to the movie theater. Wish we had that back. The reality is, we're not getting it back, and we're not going to have those things. So I agree with what you said a little while ago, Cheryl. I'm already seeing that. There are neighborhoods that have the means and are hiring very good lawyers to fight 40Bs. There are other neighborhoods that are doing the best they can. And guess what? That is neighborhood against neighborhood, in my opinion, because developers are going to go where it's easier. And it is what it is. And so we need, this is not a silver bullet. This is not going to all of a sudden change 40B laws. But if we get a few affordable units out of it, fantastic. We need to start adding affordable units.
And one thing I would say is that all the people who live in Milton, I think, assume that they bought into an area and that it has the zoning around it, which would be something that's going to stay the way it is. But the 40B law changes that, and I think, if we're looking at zoning that's in a particular district, even there's with a lot of process, you still can't predict exactly what's going to happen because the market will tell us a little bit about what they see as a desirable. So for example, in Milton Village, we talked about not setting a minimum or a maximum unit size because, if a project proponent comes forward and they think that there's a need for smaller units, then they think that they can make that project work, they'll come forward with smaller units. But when we're looking at trying to address a shortfall of our affordable housing, when we don't have vacant industrial property or a vacant strip mall, or some communities, I think I said, when I've said this before, where they're able to achieve their 10% by rezoning a particular underperforming property, and then they get a large development and they're at 10% and they're done. We just don't have that kind of situation here. And to Rich's point, the large parcels have been redeveloped for other purposes, and I would throw in Town Farm with that classification because now that was a large parcel too. That's, the homes are not in the affordable category and they're over that average of 700,000. So I do think we should move forward with further study. How quickly it can get done, I guess, would be my question. But I think we should have it on the agenda in 2 weeks. And like I said, I will take a look at this mapping and take a look at a couple of these parameters and see, if there's something that can accommodate or take into consideration a lot of the input that we've received and see if we can't still meet some of the goals that we set out at the beginning.
So Kathleen, do you want to talk about what your proposal was? So you had a proposal that you had put together. I don't know if
I just dialed it back, but I don't think so. People can look at it for the next 2 weeks, but essentially it was just to dial it back a bit, but that's fine.
So you just took out the limits, right?
I know. I didn't. I took out the additional dwellings, the additional buildings.
Oh, okay.
It was just sort of, you could have an existing house, cut it up into condos, do an accessory, garage or something like that. It was just dialing it down.
Okay, so
No.
you're kind of going back to where we were a long time ago before we had any additional units. It was really just a house. Okay.
Yeah, and my other attitude was just to say the hell with it and not do anything at all.
Well, I can't blame you.
But
I mean, I have to say, Kathleen, I really like that approach. I mean, and as you described it as a baby step, I think that should be on a part of the discussion too. I don't think it's achieving the goals that Cheryl's talking about. But I think
but
problems.
But as I said, I mean, it seemed like we got so much pushback that I thought, okay, fine, maybe we just do baby steps.
I agree. I think we're biting off more than we could chew with this current draft. I think we all agree to that. So what I would suggest, and I just noticed we have two people with their hands raised, and I would like to give them an opportunity to share their 2 cents. But what I think I'm hearing from this board is that we don't have a solution tonight. We're not necessarily prepared to finish the conversation. I think there's multiple conversations within one that are happening, and maybe I can talk to Tim, and if anybody has ideas, share them with Tim on how we can kind of discuss 40B more generally, because I think that's a really important topic that everybody universally is interested in finding a solution to. I think if there was a silver bullet, somebody would have dropped it in our lap by now. And I think it's a lot of difficult conversations, and I do feel badly that people had such anxiety, as Denny discussed, thinking that, some sweeping change was coming overnight. I don't think that was the board's intention at all. I don't think that, we certainly aren't dropping bombs all over just to get people upset. I mean, I think it was coming, hopefully people understand after this conversation, it was coming from a good place. It was generated in an official report of the town that was certified by the state, and something that we do have an obligation to continue to look to implementing. So hopefully we'll see the same level of participation. Somebody, I think Rich said there's been a lot of great ideas shared. I totally agree with that. I think there's a lot of material for us to go back to keep the conversation going. So maybe.
So April, can I make one request?
Please.
I think Tim had said to me in a phone call that he or Allison was working on taking all of the comments and putting them into some themes, if you will. So maybe those themes we could talk about, and those could be some guideposts for how we look at either modifying this one or looking at some other options outside of this one.
That was Allison's very bright idea, and I think she has volunteered to do that work, right, Allison?
Indeed, I have.
Yay.
I mean, that would be,
You're the best.
Really helpful.
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you.
And I did want to thank April. April, if I sounded at all, frustrated with anything, I just want to be clear that I thought that you handled the process really well, and you navigated all the calls and all the steps in a very fair and thoughtful way. I think we knew that condo conversion was a controversial topic, and I think that's one of the reasons that we didn't touch it for a number of years. So we sort of ventured out there, and I understand it. It's been hard for everyone. So
yeah, I mean, honestly, Jenny, first of all, I adore you, so you didn't hurt my feelings. I hope I didn't seem defensive.
No, not at all.
I think that the easy solutions are done. So now we're stuck with which hard solution do we go with? I mean, it's going to be a long, tedious path for the town to address this issue in a thoughtful way that doesn't have an enormous impact on one set of the community or one neighborhood and not on the other. We have to really think about how to address this. And I'm devastated for the neighborhoods that are panicked about these 40Bs, and I totally understand that concern. But at the same time, this has kind of been a moment in time where now we suddenly have everybody's attention, and hopefully we'll all start rowing in a similar, if not exactly the same direction, because we really need some solutions for the long term. So I think it's been in that regard a good conversation. If everybody is okay with it, did you have something to add, Rich?
Yeah, sorry, just real quick. No,
Yep.
I agree totally with what you just said. I mean, think of, I'm sorry, I'm going to say the Lower Mills, that area over there.
Millet, the village.
Village.
The Village,
Yeah.
sorry. Grew up calling it Lower Mills. The Village, and even it's Milton, right? What we just saw. I mean, both areas probably over the last couple of years have had a really tough time with starting with, well, we bought into an area that we love it the way it is. We don't want to see any change, to, okay, hell, I don't want to see that type of change. Now I want to go another direction. I mean, just, I don't know what your thoughts are. I mean, obviously we'll talk about it another time, but when we just saw for East Milton Square, there's a ton of change that that came up from that, right? I'm sure there's probably not a lot of people that are too happy with some of the change that could possibly happen. But the reality is the area is probably going to change over the next 20 or 30 years. It's going to be really tough. And I think the neighborhood is going to need the town to help support them, to say, hey, hold up a second. Let's not go too crazy, because remember, people live over here. And I think that, and that's why I keep saying the whole town together has to help each of the neighborhoods out, because it's going to be very easy, a neighborhood left to be by themselves. I mean, now you have to fight it yourself, and it's not fair for any one neighborhood. And so I do appreciate this neighborhood that feels they're at the brunt of this one. And I don't like that. I'm looking at this sheerly from the stance of, there's some awful things that could happen without this. I think, I've heard you say it a bunch of times, April. It's like you give people options as they're coming in with developments. It might bring in better developers than what we're seeing now. And so that's my angle. But I'm all for making it better. So Cheryl, you and Kathleen and April and everybody that has been working on this for so long wants to tweak it more, then I'm all for it.
I just want to say that if you guys are talking about proceeding in any way, I really think we have to step back, and the formula itself of 9 units or anything like that just doesn't work anywhere. I mean, I really tried it out in Harlan Street, Hillside, Green Street, tried it in the big rural areas. I tried it in the little ones. I tried it everywhere. So when Cheryl does her analysis, I'm going to go out and physically look and think of the relationship in the neighborhoods if you're going down this route. But when I was doing it, I was thinking, well, what if we did it with half the units? How would that work? What if we did it with and the biting off too much and trying to do too much was working against itself. And I think Kathleen's point about baby steps, and what I was trying to do was find a place in town where this would work, and I couldn't. So then I said, okay, well, what could? And that's when after I was trying to divide the formula in half and so forth, that I just kind of said, wow, this is just really, really hard to do something townwide. So I'm exhausted. So I'm like Kathleen, I think maybe we should just take a break and focus on other things for a bit. But I think we need a great deal of analysis, and a lot of people wrote in and said impacts on our town services and schools, et cetera. And then a lot of people brought up the impacts on the town unit count and so forth. So we have a lot that we gained from this process. Mm-hmm. And I'm not in a hurry to jump back in.
Isn't that, though, you think about it, isn't that part of the problem? Like looking at an area and trying to imagine something that would fit in, that would make sense. I mean, think about it. We said a little while ago, what was it? We need 500 units. Where on earth in our entire town could you put 500 units? I mean, I can't even imagine taking 3 at a time and sprinkling them around town. It's not even possible. We don't have the geography. We just don't have the land. I mean, unless you're going to take Torrey College out, the hospital out, and all the big tracts of land and start building, I mean, there's just nowhere to put 500 units without putting some buildings or changing streets. And so I just want to make a point. The reason why I keep saying that this could end up being neighborhood against neighborhood is because 500 units has to go somewhere unless somebody is willing to go up against the state and change some laws. And so the reality is somebody's neighborhood is changing, or every neighborhood is changing a little. And that's the reality. And so, we're going to get off this call. We're going to have another opening meeting about another neighborhood, and they're going to say the same things. And so we've got to figure something out, or else we're doing what everybody else has been doing for the last 30 years, and that's just kicking the can.
I want to feed off of what you said, Rich. People are concerned about 9 units an acre. East Milton's looking at 100 units on an acre.
1.1.
Canton Avenue is looking at 26 units an acre. I think Blue Hill Avenue is looking at something comparable. Even Amor Road and Brush Hill Road, they're looking at 16 and 20 units an acre. So 9 units an acre might be a lot in some of these locations. I think we can't keep lumping them all together. What you can do as of right in a B district, in an A district, in a AA district is different. You can do, if you have a large enough site in a B district, you can do a subdivision. And why would we not want to allow an alternative to that in an area in which it could tolerate it? So I think I agree with Rich. Delaying it's only going to give more opportunity to 40B developers. It's the same when all the neighbors, who go to speak to the select board and the planning board, when we were first talking about these 40Bs, why isn't the town doing anything? What's the town doing? We're going to say we gave up after 6 months. I don't think that's fair to the rest of the residents. I just don't think so.
And I think we should note that the condo conversion is not a new issue. There was a condo conversion study committee before.
And I was on it 7 years ago, I think it was 7 years ago.
And it got to a hump and it got disbanded and it never came back. So, I mean, I agree. I think it's something that we need to do more work on. I think we need to kind of regroup at a different meeting. I'd like to close the public hearing tonight and regroup and see where that takes us. And if we have another article, I think that warrants a separate public hearing. But I also agree that I don't want to stop. I mean, I don't want to just abandon it. I think that there are some things that have come out of this conversation that are worth continuing. I think there's multiple paths and I think there's more research to be done, but I think we should continue the discussion for sure in the near term, not, after I'm off the board.
All right, I won't give up yet then.
So if the board is okay with it, I'd like to hear from these last 2 people who have their hands raised. And then I would suggest that we close the public hearing on this article and move on to accessory dwellings. Okay, Carol, thank you so much for your patience. You are unmuted and you can unmute yourself and go ahead and offer your comments. It looks like you're muted. I wonder if this was an accidental hand raised. Carol, do you have something to say? Okay. We'll give Carol a minute to try to figure this out. And we'll go to Robert Lavash.
Hey, guys.
Can you just give us your name and address, Robert, please?
Yeah, my name's Rob Levash. I'm from 585 Brush Hill Road.
Thank you.
Yeah, so sorry I came in kind of late. I had a neighborhood meeting tonight. I'm glad to hear some of the debate from all of you. I don't think you guys can just quit and throw this out. I think it's really important for this town to look at this condo conversion bylaw because of everything that's been said tonight. It's just not fair to pin neighborhoods against one another. And I will tell you, you know, like this is what we're up against right now. And for, you know, you have to think about this, that, you know, where there's a Tamposi, there's another developer who's going to come in and ram down a 40B and take advantage of that law. And so, you know, there's a whole bunch, you know, there's 5 of these proposals right now and, you know, that we're up against. And, you know, it's tough. And so I think, you know, absolutely. Do you need to come back around? I think it goes too far, the bylaw. Can we take baby steps? I think we can take baby steps, you know, and if we, you know, I think there does need to be a little bit more analysis. Let's take a look at what 2 acres looks like. You know, I think it's worth the study to see where that goes. Because, you know, the alternative is we all get these 40Bs, you know, and we're just going to kick the can down the road, like Rich said. And so I would just suggest, like, you know, it's just too much to kick the can down the road, because you know what, neighborhoods like mine who are funding, you know, all of this to try to figure out an alternative solution. So I know it's complicated. However, you know, I will tell you, my main point and objective for 582 Blue Hill Ave is to do exactly that. And I have complete support from my neighbors to convert this property, to preserve the historical property, convert it to condos, and look at some lower development, right? So we are all on board for getting a proposal there of lesser density. And I think we're making headway with a property like that. So, you know, I think that's the right solution for that property, you know, and I think we got a general consensus for that. And so I think it's really important to look at that. And, you know, that's it. I think, you know, I think it's the right thing. And even at Canton, it's a good vehicle to even look at Canton Avenue. And so it's tricky, right? Because the one on Blue Hill is 12,000 square foot home on 4 acres. And the one on Canton is 4.7 acres. And, you know, the tricky part to that is it's a 4,000 square foot house. And so, you know, you can see how you could, that could also work there with this 40B development. And, you know, there could be a little bit of change in the law and it could help these 40Bs. And so I would just say, you know, I'm a huge proponent to looking at this as a vehicle. I think it needs a little bit of work and definitely needs the analysis, but it's too much just to say, let's throw this baby out. And, you know, we really need to look at it because the zoning bylaws of today is just so, you know, outdated, you know, 10 acres and, you know, it's like, it's crazy. So that's it. I mean, I'll just wanted to give my 2 cents.
Thank you. Okay. All right. We have Carol. Carol, you are unmuted.
Oh, finally figured it out. Okay.
Yay!
I am 291 Hillside Street, Carol Stalker. I have a couple of questions. One thing I genuinely don't understand, and please forgive me for if I'm just stupid, is if the problem is this 500, if the biggest problem we have is the 500 affordable unit deficit, why would we have such a tiny percentage of affordable housing that all these little places, 9 or less, you don't have to do any affordable housing? And if you have more than 9 units, you only have to do 15%. Why isn't it 50% affordable housing, including for the 9- units? And yes, the developers would prefer if it was smaller and they'd make a lower profit. But, you know, I think that the Pulte development, that ended up being 10% affordable housing, which is like a wash that didn't gain the town anything. How come these figures are so low? And then my second question is, what would we do about the legal pressures if we end up with a lot of developments and the Pulte guys they were very lawyered up, and they could really pursue whatever they wanted because they outlawyered us. And can you imagine if you had all these lawyers coming at you from all these developers who had enough of a, you know, what would we do about that? Because I think this town is kind of under lawyered. And plus, you guys would be worked to death. You would have you have more work to do than you do now.
Carol, I've never heard anyone say the town is under lawyered.
Yeah.
So I do get the point.
Well, lawyers you could shake a stick at.
Well, I'm talking about counsel. I mean, you guys having counsel.
So we use outside counsel to represent us, and I know there's the town that has a special counsel on 40B now that's working with a particular expertise that's working for the town on that subject matter, as well as I think we still have Judy Barrett consulting for the town. So it's a good question. As far as the legal pressure, I don't know. We would do what we always do and bring in our town council to advise us on issues of land use. But I think, there's a bunch of different things. I think your affordability question is a good one. I think that's something we should put in the queue for our continued discussion on whether our percentage is high enough. You'll see in other zoning articles, as of late, we've required more than 10%. I think we're going to continue to address that as we move forward. I think the idea of what the what the volume might be of a potential article, it's hard to predict now, but there's, Kathleen had suggested maybe we cap the number of projects that are eligible. I think there's a lot of ways to tackle. So I think those are great questions and great comments that we don't really have the answer to today. Go ahead, Demi.
I just wanted to do a 23B3 disclosure because Carol is on the Milton Garden Club and I am on the Milton Garden Club. So pursuant to guidance from the State Ethics Commission, I feel that I can be fair and objective in carrying out my official duties, even though I know Carol.
Thank you. So anyways, Carol, I don't mean to brush you off. I just think that since we have all kind of collectively decided here that we don't plan to pursue the article as it's written now, I think it's hard to answer. Rich, do you want to go ahead?
Yeah, sorry, and I know Tim, you want to say something too, but I'll say this real quick. One of the comment Carol had made, and I think I'm getting right, but about the affordable, like why? So it sounded like why so low, and I agree with that. I mean, there's, like I said, a lot of properties that are going with little to no affordable. My hope, though, is as these properties come to us, that we find opportunities to maybe not, I don't know if this is the right way of saying it, but maybe not upfront saying you have to build 30% affordable, but trying to find ways to get more affordable. Like every time a project comes in, we should be thinking, how can we make it bigger? How can we do more? And also, I mean, if you do, and I don't know, this is maybe a question for you, Tim, but I know if a 40B, if you do a 40B, you have to do like 25%, but you get to claim everything. My question is,
only in a rental.
Okay, only a rental.
Only rental.
So my question would be, what about a property that is not a 40B, but they hit 25% and it's a rental? Do you still get to claim all that?
Well, they have to have an affordable housing restriction on it.
Okay.
That's approved by the state. So It still has to go through the process of getting, that goes into DHCD as a local initiative program. So one of the things that I mentioned last time or the time before that somebody had made a comment about was the fact that we now have the Community Preservation Act, which requires a certain amount of its spending to be for affordable housing. And this new CPA fund allows us some ability through our Affordable Housing Trust to participate in programs. And so you can have a project, and I've done them, I represent, in full disclosure, affordable housing trusts in other towns. And we use our CPA money to participate in projects. So for an unbelievable example was the town of Lincoln, which I've represented for years, which has had its 10%, was concerned about the new census numbers, spent $1 million to support a senior rental project on Route 2, and will now have its numbers to protect itself for the next 10 years.
One thing I don't understand is there the difference between rental and like condos? Because I heard that you get a better deal on affordability count if it's rental instead of owned.
Yes, the law is set up, Carol, the law is set up that all of the units in a rental project count towards the subsidized housing inventory, even though only 25% of them are affordable. So in a rental project, if you have 100 units and 25 of them are affordable, all 100 count on the SHI. If it's a home ownership project, and a condominium would be that, only the restricted units count on the SHI. It's a favorability towards rental housing that was discussed years ago when we looked at these regs when Governor Romney, had the task force. That's how long ago this has been going on. But it was when 40B was first adopted, there was federal money for housing projects, and they were all rental projects, and it was a way to tap into that cash. So it's a favorability for those rental projects that doesn't exist for condos.
Would
The
it be
interesting thing,
would it
though-
be a way to reach the number we need?
With rentals?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what the 40Bs are that are pending.
Which the only problem
Only one
there.
of them
Only one, sorry.
is
Yeah,
rental.
right.
Oh,
and
no,
but-
that's not true.
No.
East
They're
Milton's
all-
rental, and
Yeah.
you're the one on, yeah, they're all rentals.
Except for Blue Hill Parkway.
Amer isn't a rental, I don't
Yeah.
think, is it?
Everything except the Blue Hills Parkway
Yeah.
is rental.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I think Blue Hills Parkway's rental too.
No, it's condo.
But the problem, right, is that some developers, coming after a town like Milton, who puts up a good fight on most large developments that come through, the easiest path to get there is 40B. And so I think that's, at least. from
Well,
my
the problem is Rich, is basically it's even worse than that, is that the zoning in most of the cities.
Well, so that's what I was getting at.
Around the city of Boston is old and terrible. And, our zoning code's a horror scene.
But that's why we're here today, and that's why we're saying we want to start changing some things so that we don't have that anymore, right?
It's
But we're
actually
still-
why the 40B law was put into place in the first place, because communities were zoning out diversity.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, that study that came out last year was
It's not
showed
the
how
only-
many cities and towns had multifamily zoning as a right.
It's not the only thing though, right? And I think Kathleen, I'm not sure if it's you that's on it now, but the Affordable Housing Committee, there is other groups in the town that is looking at affordability and trying to find ways in creative ways to make that up. So it's not just this group coming up with this zoning change that's going to do it. Because this isn't going to change the world.
No.
I
one
just
part of
asking
it.
if you might be able to solve your problem by upping this percentage from 0 to 15%.
Well, it gets to be a
affordable.
problem, Carol, with financing it, and April knows that, even better than I do. Is that projects with affordability are hard to finance, and so I've done them in other towns with like the community builders or something like that. But they're looking for tax credits and other kinds of complicated financing, and it's not easy to do to get that higher affordability.
Yeah. But I hate to cut off the conversation.
gotta
Can I
stop
just
this.
ask
Move
one
on.
question, April?
Yep.
And that is just the timing for when the select board's going to open the warrant and close the warrant for the May town meeting.
I have no idea, but I did get an inquiry from the warrant committee asking when I wanted to come forward with our articles, and I said we don't have any articles yet, but we're meeting tonight.
We have two.
Yeah, so now we have two. Until this evening, we had 0. So I don't know, but I take that as a sign that it's probably inching up on us.
Well, just in terms of trying to map out a schedule, because I do think it's easy. We do work on articles, and then I think Tim has said that he's pulling up this list. And then if they get sent back for further study, or if they get pulled, sometimes they just get lost. And I think to keep the momentum going, even if it doesn't go for the May town meeting, I want to make sure that we schedule this out so that we make progress on it and it doesn't fall by the wayside.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I think we should keep it on our agenda moving forward. Figure out what we can accomplish,
And on that one question of, one more thing, April, on the question of the affordability percentage, and where we would have the CPA, could we put something in the zoning where it's a baseline of 15% and it's like a density bonus for affordable jumping up to 20? So let's say we drop the density back, right? So it's not 9 per acre. So it's
Mhm.
whatever we think is reasonable. But then we jump it up for a higher affordability. And then
Yeah.
we're assuming that to get there, they're going to have to get CPA funds. So it's not like, so there would be this other layer of review, before it would be allowed to get to that density.
Well, they could get CPA funds, or they could use, like Kathleen was saying, historic tax credits, or some other form of subsidy that might not come through the town.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I think we should put all of these ideas down, and maybe that's what Allison's doing as part of her themes document. But I think we should keep all of these ideas on the table and incorporate those in our discussion for next time. Maybe we can have them actually in a document of some kind. But I agree with you as far as the timing. I don't know what the timing is of the select board's warrant closing date, but
April, can I chime in real quick?
Yeah.
I just got an email from our illustrious select board chair and vice chair, incidentally. The warrant has already opened and closed. They can still accept articles. I think we have submitted the drafts that the board has been considering. So the select board has them in their possession. We can hash out these details offline, but I think in terms of timeline, the timeline is already kind of in motion and kind of approaching its conclusion-ish.
So that's my sneaking suspicion was of that case, but I don't think that we should stop the conversation, because as we all know, before you know it, the warrant is open for the fall town meeting, and we're like, oh my goodness, we have we don't know what we're doing. We got to green sheets and all sorts of crazy conversation. So I think we should just keep the momentum going. Go ahead, Denny.
So that is why I think we should do a vote to withdraw it.
It wasn't submitted.
It wasn't submitted, so they might just have drafts from the prior, and I don't know if that's what Tim's talking about. Well, we never voted to submit it. We voted to submit it for the February town meeting, and then they
pulled it back
for us. Yeah. So I'm not sure what Tim is referring to, but if you want to take a vote, we can't. I mean, there's just nothing to withdraw, so I don't even know what our vote would be. We never voted to submit. So Tim, are you available to come on and tell us more about what you meant?
Literally, I read exactly what I got from Melinda, so that's all I know.
She's just talking about they've seen the draft articles or something. I mean, we didn't them for May, so. But what I'd like to do now is just vote to close the public hearing on the condo conversion bylaw.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? No. Okay, let's do a roll call. Rich Beeler.
Yes.
Kathleen O'Donnell.
Yes.
Denny Swenson.
Yes.
Cheryl Tagayas.
Yes.
April Anderson. Yes. Okay. Now we need to do the discussion of accessory dwelling units. Again, this is part of the public hearing that we opened at 7:05-ish. And we had a bit of discussion, not terribly much discussion at the last hearing, but I know we did get some comments from Alex Whiteside, and that Kathleen O'Donnell had taken those comments, and I believe you have a redraft for us?
Yes.
Okay, do you want to just talk us through that a little bit, Kathleen?
Yes. There's with the housing, the economic bill that got signed on January 14th has a description of accessory dwelling units, which is different than ours. It allows accessory dwelling units in the original building and in an accessory structure. Ours does not. So that bill just got signed on January 14th. And so I took a look at our bylaw again. And I would point out that this evening at the zoning board, there is someone who is before the zoning board requesting a special permit for a temporary apartment and a variance because he wants to do the construction simultaneously, and that's not allowed under our bylaw. So people are having to go through the expense and time of asking for a variance and a special permit from the Board of Appeals. The idea behind this revised bylaw is to simplify that process. I did see the comments that came in from people, and I saw the comments from Alex. I looked at other examples of accessory dwelling unit bylaws in other towns. And so I have made a substantial change on this because it's no longer required that the person in the accessory dwelling be a member of your family or a relative of some sort. That it opens up the use of accessory dwelling units, as we do have in the existing bylaw, that a caretaker or an employee can live in an accessory dwelling. Ned Corcoran pointed out that the last time. So I took out the part that said that the person in the accessory dwelling had to be a family member. And I'll explain in a minute why, but it still has to be owner occupied. The building, it's the principal dwelling or the accessory unit have to be owner occupied, one of them. You have to file an affidavit that says that it's owner occupied. There are design standards. Alec didn't think we did have any, but we did. But what I did is broke them out. So they say design requirements, so it's easier to see. The exterior, it has to be maintain the appearance of a single family dwelling. The floor area of the new unit can't be less than 500 square feet. There's other discussions about the, one off-street parking space is to be provided. The parking space and the driveway have to be paved or a gravel surface, because I've seen too many examples around my neighborhood where people are clearly renting out extra units and everybody's parking on the lawn. We don't really want to have that happen. And it sort of outlines, once again, we had all the language about what the application should include. So the one thing that I was thinking about, we have this requirement in the existing bylaw that you can only have a family member in that accessory dwelling unit. It really defeats the purpose of providing housing options in this town. We all know that it's hard for single people to find places to live. An accessory dwelling might not be a bad idea to have it open to anybody that you want to rent it to. I also, in another town, worked on a project like this where we allowed accessory dwelling units because it was a way for people like me who are older and have a house, maybe and have space to build an accessory dwelling. You could make the money to pay your taxes. As Tim's numbers had pointed out when we went through those slides earlier on, there's a lot of people here in Milton who are house poor. The value of your house went up a hell of a lot, but not your asset, not your money. And this is a way for our older population to perhaps turn a garage, which isn't something you can fit a car into anymore, to turn that into a unit that they can rent out and have somebody that's around that helps them and shovel snow and all that sort of stuff and make some extra money to pay the taxes. So it just didn't seem to me that it made sense to limit this opportunity to your family member. And under the existing bylaw, if the house is sold or the person dies, you got to rip everything all out, even if the next people who want to buy your house would love to have this same kind of dwelling. So it just makes no sense economically, or efficiency and all that sort of stuff to have it all have to come out and then have to be put back in with a variance and a special permit. So this allows you to keep that unit there. The new owner would file an affidavit saying, yes, I'm going to live here. I'm going to comply with the provisions in the special permit. I understand what's supposed to be happening. And you could keep the unit there. You wouldn't have to rip it out and rebuild it. So as I said, I just basically reorganized it a little bit so that if Alex had missed the fact that we had design requirements, I thought, well, maybe I should just call it design requirements and then people could see it. And so that was really pretty much it in a fast way because it's 9:50.
Can we go over enforcement? I don't see the enforcement. Can you tell me where that is in
the last page talks
Okay.
about it terminates for 4 reasons. 1, you sell it and the new owner doesn't file an affidavit. 90 days after neither the principal or the accessory dwelling unit is a primary residence. So everybody moved to Florida. Use of it as a short-term rental defined as a room or unit rented out through the use of advanced reservations. So it can't be an Airbnb. And violation of any other term of the special permit which isn't cured within 2 weeks.
And who would oversee that? The
building commissioner.
Okay, and is that, oh, it's an H, okay.
Do you have questions
Well,
about that?
I think just a comment on it. I think the expanding it beyond a family member and a caretaker, you know, there may have been some who would be concerned about that and what that might mean. But I do think that the fact that it needs to be owner occupied really puts, you know, a kind of a control on it, that you wouldn't have sort of an absentee landlord renting out basically a two-family. So, and I do think there's a real issue when somebody builds one of these and has an elderly family member living there. The elderly family member passes away, and now they have to remove a perfectly good unit. So it's something that I've seen a couple of instances, I've told you, where elder people are living in a very large single family, and a way for them to stay there is that they're having one of their children in these two cases. But you know, I don't think it would have to be necessarily that, but that's their choice. That the children's family is going to move into the larger home, and they're going to move into the accessory dwelling unit. So it gives people a chance to stay in town. Like, they want to downsize. They don't want to take care of a big house, and they can still live on the property in a smaller unit, and someone else can live in the other part of the property. And they're going to choose someone who's going to live there that's going to be compatible with them. I don't see it as being something that could be detrimental myself. So, Kathleen, I think, you know, that meets some of that housing need that Tim spoke about earlier, you know, what you just said in terms of being house poor, you know, having a house and not having and having a hard time being able to stay in it with not too many options of where to go.
Go ahead, Rich.
Sorry, this is probably a stupid question. And I'm looking at you, Kathleen. Now, if this was somebody that would qualify for affordable, would this go on a list of affordability, or is that
Only if you have, I mean, I did it in Carlisle. We did this accessory dwelling unit thing in Carlisle. We had an affordability component for that. But it has to have a permanent restriction. And we did get it approved with DHCD, but is a couple of issues about it. Is that there's a fair housing component to that. So you can't just, like, I know Fred from down the street and he's broke, he's going to move in. You know, that doesn't meet the requirements for SHI. Okay. We do probably throughout town have a number of these apartments already, but they're probably illegal. And right. We don't know whether they're safe. You know, they don't get inspected by the building commissioner. So, you know,
not paying taxes on them, I'd imagine, right?
You know,
I mean, isn't there a tax component that you'd have to? I mean, if you're going to do rental property, you'd have to pay tax on that, wouldn't you?
Well, I mean, it's accessory. It's not a separate. You know, it's not a separate. Tax.
It does contribute to your home value.
Yeah, right. Contribute to your value. But yeah, I mean, as I said, you think about right now, we can't do them as a separate building. You know, they can't be converting your old garage. They have to be part of the dwelling. And so that's why everybody has to get a variance, because you're supposed to have the entire building built and then put the accessory building into it, accessory unit. It's crazy.
It doesn't work very well.
No.
From the way houses are designed, existing
Yeah.
houses, they're just not designed to have that easily converted that easily without some change.
And we don't let them have it on the second floor, so you can't put it up above a garage or something. There's the existing one is really hard to use. And as I said, one of the reasons why we liked it in the other towns where I worked with it is that it did give the ability for older homeowners to stay in their houses.
So I just want to point out that also is a significant part of the gap, the affordability gap in the housing production plan is seniors. The poverty gap is growing astronomically among the senior population. So I see this as an opportunity for seniors in our community where they might not be able to get a subsidized unit because the waiting list is so long, and perhaps could be an affordable option for people. That may or may not be related to the homeowner. So from my perspective, the relationship to the homeowner is a little bit irrelevant. I mean, I know a lot of people who have au pairs and relatives and friends of the family who are living with them in probably not legal accessory dwelling units in Milton right now. And I think it would be a lot better for health and safety and just for everybody to have an option that's workable, because I think every homeowner would prefer to build something legally. But I think the way that you described it now, Kathleen, is why people are not doing that.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's just said it's really
the
crazy.
burden is significant. Yeah. So do members, go ahead. I'm sorry, Denny.
I'm sorry. I was looking at Alex's notes that Tim boiled down for us, and I wanted to thank them both for that. Under D4, Alex made the point that it would be good if we express that we be clear that we're only interested in people with one car under D4. Or maybe that's E4 now, but well, maybe it doesn't go under D4. I'm not sure where the cars are, but
they're under the new one off-street parking space shall be provided for accessory dwelling unit in addition to the parking required for the principal dwelling unit. So
okay,
they're getting
so
one parking space.
Okay. And then he has it under D1, but I think it's probably E1. So we're talking about direct ownership interest.
I switched it to beneficial on Alex's suggestion.
Okay. And then I guess the two bullets he has after that. So primary residence. So does this mean we have a new unit that would go in our unit count when we have an accessory dwelling? Are we adding
accessory dwellings? As far as I know, don't count.
They don't count as units.
No.
Housing units in town.
No.
Okay.
They're accessory to the principal.
Okay. I was just checking because I just wanted to
understand. Good question. Yeah.
I just wanted to understand if we were doing something that was going to increase our unit count, we should know, and we should probably do an analysis. So I just want to check on that
Well,
before.
quite honestly, I have to tell you, I called Beverly, the clerk at the zoning board, to ask how many of these had come in the last, period of time, and she said 5 over the last 5 years.
Oh, okay. Wow.
But that's probably.
I don't know that we can handle
6.
much, but I think we might be able to handle 5.
Here. Well, let's keep in mind too, that's the people pursuing this legally.
Yeah.
That's right. That's right. There are a lot that are not legal. Okay.
Which I'm sure many are pre-existing, but some may be added.
So with this, do you think that some of the illegals will come over?
I would think so. I mean, basically, I think they would, because when you were going to sell your house as a real estate lawyer, that would be a problem. And so this would be a way for you to address that problem.
Yeah.
to get in trouble? I mean, we wouldn't want them to get in trouble. I mean, just for now self-identifying.
No, well, but when you'd have an ability to get yourself out of trouble.
Okay, cool.
And they'd also be able to insure their property and.
Yeah, because there's no legal right to get a variance. Variances
Right.
aren't supposed to be given out. They're supposed to be, highly, thought of. And so, sort of saying to somebody that you have to go through to fix your problem, to go get a variance from the ZBA isn't so easy. Whereas coming into us to get this special permit would be a lot simpler.
Is there a opposition to this? I can't remember, but I thought last time there was something.
Alex wanted to make some comments, and so he did have the opportunity to meet with Tim, and Tim gave us a memo on what Alex's comments were, and I did look at them and reorganize the clauses to reflect Alex, lots of Alex's comments, I believe.
So I thought his point about the floor area might help you. Did you, in other words, 1/3 of the floor area seems fine. Would it be harder to get 25%?
So let's think of an average size house. I don't know what that might be, but let's say 900 square feet, 1/3 of it would be a 2,700 square foot house, right?
You'd have to have a really big house.
Well, and
to have 900 square feet.
Well, so here's the other thing is that we allow 2 bedrooms in the current one, 2 bedrooms and 800 square feet. It's pretty tough to get, 2 bedrooms and 800 square feet. I mean, you can do it in these compact units, but if you have an elder couple, because I've worked with some, and that are used to a big house, and they kind of think about how they're downsizing. They still want a kitchen, they still want a dining area, still want a living area. Maybe the 2 bedrooms, the bath and laundry. It can be hard to get that into the 800 square feet, but
you can.
You can. But so 1/3, if you said a house was, let's just say you get it down to a 2,100 square foot house, and 1/3 of that was 700 square feet. The interesting thing is that it's not related to the lot size, right?
No.
Like I was working on one that had, or actually a couple I've worked on have fairly large lots and then plenty of room. I worked on another one that's a pretty small lot, and it was pretty challenging and needed to go up over the garage in order to fit. And so I think the 1/3 area, I'm not sure that that's a great provision, frankly. I mean, what is it that's appropriate for someone to live in? It seems more appropriate, right? So if it's an 1,800 square foot house, you're going to say, okay, well, you have to do a 600 square foot one, even if you had a big house, a big parcel of land, right? Does that make sense?
What would the parcel of land have to do with it if we're talking about the interior of the existing dwelling?
Well, that's the whole problem is I thought we're trying to get rid of the provision that doesn't have to be within the existing dwelling.
I think you're just saying that it can be.
Yeah, but we're saying we're saying that.
Did we get rid of that change? I'm sorry.
Floor area, it can't be less than 500 square feet. So we're
I'm
not
talking about the max. But
and the max is it can't exceed 900 square feet or 25% of the net floor area of the combined dwelling or dwellings. So
all right, so that's what I'm saying. Let's think it through. 25%. I was using 30%. So let's say it's a house is 2,400 square feet, and 1/4 of that is 600 square feet, right?
yeah,
So that's the size that the unit can be max.
yeah. So we
And
can
we're
bump that up.
penalizing smaller homes.
Hmm?
We're penalizing smaller homes.
Yeah.
So is there another
That's my
number?
question. What do we want to do that? Do we want to penalize smaller homes?
Well, I think the balance is we don't want to make it a 2-family, right? So
Yeah.
50%, is there another target that makes sense?
But what I'm saying is if we have a minimum, a maximum for a unit, why is it tied to the size of the existing house? If we think it's appropriate to have an accessory dwelling at 800 or 900 or between 500 and 900, Why is it tied to the size of the existing house?
Because you didn't
can do
want to
it.
do anything that was going to stick out in the neighborhood. I mean, so.
So that's what a good architect can do, Kathleen.
Yeah.
My feeling is we were trying to avoid the, suddenly now it's a two-family as opposed to a single family with a small apartment attached, which I think is the spirit.
So I wanted to just understand, because the last I recall of this, and I only read through the changes this time and not studied everything carefully, but I thought that one of the problems we were trying to fix is that people were doing an addition and then they were going for a variance so that they could have the accessory dwelling unit at the same time as their addition, instead of building the addition first and then going back and asking for the accessory dwelling to be within the existing. I thought we were trying to correct that problem, that somebody could actually do it at the same time, or they can do it in a detached building. Is that what, did I misunderstand that?
Yeah, but they can still do that.
So
I don't think, I mean, our bylaw doesn't talk about simultaneous to an addition.
No, ours doesn't. It doesn't allow it.
I thought we changed it. I thought we were allowing that.
No, we have not. Well, in this one we are, but the existing one doesn't allow it.
Exactly. That's my point. We're allowing it here. So why are we tying the 1/3 to it? We're allowing the house to get bigger in this, but we're still tying it. Are we tying it to 1/4? Sorry, I keep saying 1/3. 1/4. It's the 1/4 of the combined then? Is that what it is? The new N? Okay.
The total.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
That's how I was reading it, but I don't know.
No, that's what it says. 25% of the net floor area of the combined dwelling or dwellings. So it's either.
So the question that Alex had about the word net, right? Because in architectural terms, net and gross would be, net is like the usable amount and gross is, I don't see how everything's usable in a house. I don't understand how you would have a difference between a net and a gross in a house, but.
That's what it was in the other examples I looked at, but we can take it out. Net. I mean, that's not a big change.
Yeah, I mean, sorry, I have to pull it back up again where that was. What paragraph?
It's number 3 under design standards. F3.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if net doesn't count an unoccupied or unfinished basement, then I think if it's up to the building official to determine how they're going to calculate that, I think being clear is better.
Okay.
So, but net isn't I think he's right. It wasn't defined. So like when I think of net and gross, if an area is unfinished or otherwise uninhabitable, like an unfinished basement might be, then that wouldn't be part of, or an attic. Yeah. And it wouldn't be counted in your floor area ratio or your floor area definition. Right. So maybe I'll see if we have a definition for floor area. Drop the heavy book. Continue on while I look.
Okay. Are there any restraints on where ADUs can be built?
No. Like, I guess I didn't understand that.
Yeah, that A9F from the old one. He said, what kind of building can an ADU be built in? So I don't know if there were restraints before and there aren't now.
You couldn't build it it could only be built in the original one, only in the existing house.
Okay, and so that was deliberate that you changed that it could go.
It's crazy.
All right, and
so it could go, just to clarify that, so it can go in an existing accessory structure now.
Now it could go, as the classic example, let's say you've got the garage in the backyard, which no SUV or modern car will fit in. And so you say, well, how about if I change that into a little house for my mother? So
Or an old
I-
barn or an old carriage house that
You
exists.
cannot do that under our existing zoning.
So I think what Alex was getting at here, and I tried to keep the notes kind of super basic, but the question of, so we're talking about the sort of the ideal example of the old carriage house, the old garage. He's thinking about the kind of the example of, all right, I'm going to go build a garage tomorrow, and then in 6 months I'm going to apply for an ADU. That garage is existing because it exists. Is that what we're after? Of kind of doing the kind of two-step, build a garage and then turn it into an ADU. And if we're not, we should control against that sort of thing somehow.
Why?
I'm doing my best to convey Alex's thoughts here.
Tim is our Alex translator. So we have to thank him for his service.
The Alex Whisperer? I thought you were the Alex Whisperer. No.
I tried to, Tim, and it's not an easy job.
I just don't see. I mean, it's
yeah. I think that's a fair position as well. If it's something that we're not terribly concerned with, then we're not terribly concerned with it.
Not terribly concerned about that.
So I didn't find a definition of floor area in our zoning bylaw. Believe it or not,
find anything in that zoning bylaw.
Believe it or not, no definition of floor area or net or gross or anything of that sort. So I don't know.
We don't have an FAR requirement in our zoning, do we?
No, it's just a lot coverage. Well, we have FAR in our Milton Village.
I know, but we don't have it in anything else.
I would just take out net then. And then I guess the building official will have to deal with it as he deals with it when he looks at other.
He has that problem now.
I mean, actually, just totally off subject from the accessory dwelling, but the fact that we have no FAR means we're getting some really big houses on some fairly small lots because the setbacks are fairly small with no FAR requirements.
Right.
So.
The old bylaw had annual reporting. Does this only get checked on when it changes ownership? Is that when enforcement measures could happen?
They have to file a statement every 4 years.
Okay.
That's in E1.
Okay. And I just received a text from Joe Sloan, who's having trouble with his microphone, but he has a question. So if I could translate for Joe now. And at 10:13, I can't even believe I'm still standing up. So it's okay, blah, blah, blah. Regarding enforcement, the article says that the permit would expire upon sale of the property. Would sale of the property alert the building commissioner in some way so the new owners wouldn't continue the accessory use without securing a new permit?
Well, it's a sale of the sale of the property actually terminates this unless the new owner files an affidavit. So towns always get the deeds when properties are sold. So there'd probably have to be some kind of tickler system that somebody was keeping track of where these units were.
So in the old one, we'd have to remove the stove, but in this one, they don't have to remove the stove.
Exactly. They don't have to do that. But they file an affidavit that says, yes, I'm going to keep it.
Oh, I thought you took the affidavit out.
No, the affidavit's still there. So on the sale of the property, the new owner has to file an affidavit saying, yes, I know I've got this apartment and I'm going to keep it. I'm going to live here. And I said that I read the special permit and I'm going to comply. That's in the last page on letter I-1. Which is the same sort of thing that you do, when you've got, agricultural land and all that sort of stuff. You just file an affidavit that says that I'm keeping the same use.
What are we thinking on that? I mean, I like that. I mean, you wouldn't want to see all of a sudden it gets sold and now what are we doing here? It's going to cause a problem with the new owner.
Yeah.
they've got to take it apart when maybe they have a reason
I
why
mean,
they're
the
buying it,
special
they have a
permits
similar
get,
need.
I mean, the special permits get recorded at the registry.
Yeah, no, I was just saying, like, because they might have a similar, like, maybe I'm going to buy it because there's that accessory dwelling and I want to
Oh,
put
absolutely.
other in there.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I think that's all fine, Rich. I guess, and I'm just reading Alex's notes, so I'm not sure. Tim might have a better sense, but he seemed to think that that the affidavit was difficult to enforce. But I don't know.
As I said, I'm a real estate attorney, and if I see a special permit on record that says, this is what it is, I'm going to check the statute and say, okay, fine, I need an affidavit at the closing.
Okay. And then, so you added the short-term rental definition?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
So just on the point of the enforcement of the affidavit, I get that because I feel like, somebody's going to have to monitor these, the real estate attorney or the town. But at the same time, I feel like nobody's monitoring the ones that are illegal now. So I'd love.
Well, here's what happens now, April, is that they expire after 4 years.
But those are the ones that are built legally. What I'm saying is the ones that are built illegally that people could be living in, which creates a concern for me on the health and safety standard,
Yeah.
That's why I get that this is sort of, enforcement is always a problem with every single thing we do. But I think it's better to have a system where there could be enforcement as opposed to a system that drives these things around and we don't really know what the conditions are of these units. So that's my biggest concern about that.
Yeah.
But I'm with Rich. I like the affidavit and I like the option to keep it because I think that's a real selling point for a lot of people.
Absolutely.
So if we have no more comments of the board, I just want to open this up to the public. If anybody has any comments they want to share, please raise your hand. We still have 15 attendees.
Oh my goodness.
Mary Noble, I love her.
Oh, Mary.
For sticking with us. Okay, nobody's raised their hand. So what do we feel?
Can I speak?
Oh, please, Mary, please.
Can you turn that accessory apartment into an affordable unit?
You could, but you'd have to put a restriction on it.
But it
30
could
years?
qualify in the overall count.
If it has a restriction on it.
And the restriction would have to be 30 years, Kathleen?
No, the affordable ones are sometimes shorter time period. I mean, we did in another town have this program that did have accessory units that were affordable, and we provided community preservation funds to get the septic systems upgraded to allow for the units because there was no sewer in this town. And so that we had CPA money that we used to support it, but it didn't get used very often. As I said, for the reasons that, as I mentioned to Rich before, is that to qualify for the subsidized housing inventory, you have to do a lottery. So people weren't so excited about having somebody in a unit that they didn't know.
Okay, I can understand that.
Yeah.
But it's a possibility.
That's a good thought.
It would always be occupied, right?
Sure. Okay, so Mary, is that all that you have for us?
Yes, thank you. I'll unmute myself.
Thank you for joining us. We miss seeing you in person.
There you go.
I have one question, April.
Yes, please.
Sorry. Where did we land on, because we were talking about at the beginning, the relationship. I know that some towns require that it's in-law, or where did we? I know that we were talking about that a little while ago. Where did we land?
Our existing one requires it to be a family member, although Ned Corcoran pointed out that in the zoning bylaw, we have a definition of accessory structures, and it allows an accessory structure that's occupied by an employee or a caretaker, for the old estate properties. So anyway, this time round, I took out the family relationship requirement because of the fact that we now have this new accessory dwelling unit definition in the housing options that was signed on January 14th. So, and I also thought that, really, our existing one says that, you have to list the names of the people, including your children, and record it at the registry of deeds. Like, why would you do that? And, and if I got lucky and married somebody, it'd be like, oh, you can't live here because your name isn't on this permit. So yeah, it was a privacy thing that I just kind of had a problem with. And then, as I said, going forward, it really to say that we were doing something to address a lot of these illegal units and try to get them safer.
Yeah, no, and I'm sure I'm reading something very old. It looks like it was from 2018, but it seems like there's a lot of towns that don't require.
Oh, most of them, most of them don't.
Yeah, so I would be for not having it in there. So if it's taken out, I'm for that.
I agree.
So Kathleen, one more thing that I think was kind of a through line in Alex's comments is kind of the relationship of the amendment to the two existing kind of components of the zoning that address accessory apartments. And are those just being repealed? Are they being amended? Is there a replacement?
Sent you that single page that I sent you yesterday was to change our definition in the definition pages of our zoning bylaw. Mm-hmm. And then this special permit, I would like to just take out the temporary one that we have and put this one in its place.
Okay, I just want to make not that everyone wasn't putting thought into that, but I just want to make sure that we understood kind of what we were doing.
It's actually two amendments.
Yeah.
So we would say we'd have to in order to to be I guess the article would need to have to delete and replace, right? And the same thing would have to happen on the definition to delete and replace.
Right.
So that language, I think, it could be added to this if this is going to get voted to be submitted, right?
Yeah. Well, we would send it to town council and presumably, you would tell us to do that.
Okay.
I know that John Leonard is busy with 840Bs, but any word from him on this? Because I know
I talked to him about it a couple months ago. He didn't have an opinion either way. He's so buried in 40Bs right now. I don't think he's given it,
Okay. All right. We have a hand raised by Alex Whiteside. So let's allow Alex to speak. Alex. Oh, you have to unmute. Oh, there you go.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I don't know if you dealt with all my objections. I'll be interested to see what the new draft looks like. I assume you're going to have a new public hearing on it because there have been changes. But I will certainly review it with interest, and I will, if I still have comments, I will make them. I mean, things that I mentioned in my memo, like the fact that currently there are parking screening requirements in the existing zoning. And I said, why don't you keep those? And there are parking, upper parking limits in the existing zoning. And I said, why don't you keep those? And I will be interested to see if those have been addressed in the draft, because I make, there are 3 pages of comments, and I make, Tim has recorded quite a few of them, so I will be interested to read them. And Thanks.
Thanks, Alex. So I wasn't anticipating that we would have another public hearing.
If there are any material changes, you've got to have a new public hearing.
Did we have any material changes?
No.
I haven't seen what she's done, but if there are no material changes, then presumably you don't have to have a public hearing. But if
Will we be putting?
If you take out the people who can live there, that's a material change. If you say it doesn't have to be a family member anymore, that is definitely a material change, and you're going to have to do another public hearing. That's just law.
So we would have to make this public, so we could put this up online, which we do anyway, right?
We would presumably vote on amendments that you like, and then you would presumably have to file them with the selectmen, and then you would, once the selectmen receive them, you'd have to have a public hearing on the amended article.
Okay. So then I would move to accept these changes.
Do you want to move to submit the article as provided tonight? Is that what you're looking to do, April?
Yes. That's what I would suggest, that we, and I mean, of course, we're open to discussion, but I would suggest that we accept the changes as discussed tonight and advance the article to the Board of Selectmen, or the Select Board. And then we can have another public hearing if we need.
Yeah.
So
I would make the motion.
Can I just ask a question, and it's kind of a legal question and kind of a budgetary question for this board? Yeah. Is there a way to keep the currently open public hearing open? Because a new public hearing means a new advertisement, means $600 more bucks to the Milton Times.
Yeah.
Which we don't have.
I don't know.
We have, but we don't have.
It would be a different article, so you'd have to re-advertise it.
Okay, well, we have to follow the law. So, it would be unfortunate if that change required another expenditure, but if it does, it does. So let's proceed with this motion. And Tim, you have Alex's opinion. I'm sure it's probably right, but we should just double check it with town council, and
why don't we check with Kevin? Yeah.
Advertise. Yeah. Then we can just advertise another hearing. We can't, if the rule is, which it sounds like Alex is saying, the rule is if you make a material change in an existing public hearing, you have to close that hearing, re-advertise the new article, and rehear it. So keeping this hearing open isn't getting us anything either way. Okay, so what was the motion?
So I move to submit this accessory dwelling unit to the select board for their consideration.
As revised this evening?
As revised this evening.
For the Maytown meeting?
For the Maytown meeting.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? No, then let's do a roll call. Kathleen O'Donnell.
Yes.
Rich Beeler.
Yes.
Denny Swenson.
Yes.
Cheryl Tagayas.
Yes.
We're all getting slower with our responses. April Anderson, yes. Okay. So we've closed this item. I want to take would like to have a motion to close all of the public hearings, because just make sure they're all closed on the 2021 zoning articles, on all 4 articles, just to be safe.
I would make a motion to close the public hearing on the 4 zoning articles listed on tonight's agenda.
Okay. Second?
Second.
Discussion? Roll call. Kathleen O'Donnell.
Yes.
Rich Beeler.
Yes.
Denny Swenson.
Yes.
Cheryl Tagayas.
Yes.
April Anderson. Okay, so there's one more wrinkle. You may have seen that Tim accidentally put on the screen our email exchange from 20 minutes ago. He received an email from a member of the select board who is listening to our meeting, presumably, who says that the condo conversion article may have been sent to the warrant committee, even though it was not voted by this board to go to the select board. So per Denny's comment earlier, even though we did not vote this to go forward, and I want to make sure everybody knows that, because I have a bit of an issue, because it seems as though we've made a mistake, which we have not. We did not vote this for the May town meeting at all, but for the sake of safety, let's vote to ask the select board or the warrant committee remove this from the warrant if in fact it did make its way there unbeknownst to us.
So
Motion.
okay, sorry.
Danny can.
No, you can. You're good at this.
No, I'm not. I just motion to withdraw, to notify the select board that we are withdrawing the condo conversion bylaw for consideration for the May meeting.
So moved. Or second.
Okay. The
Whatever.
discussion point that we never submitted it.
Yeah, I would just throw in there, just because it's discussion time, that it's awkward. I like the way you said it, April. No offense, Kathleen, but it's awkward because if we didn't vote it, we're asking them to remove something that really doesn't need to be voted on to be removed.
Well, and
So
I'm concerned.
I appreciate though that you're saying just in case.
I mean, I'm concerned that this procedural vote might be required, and if so, of course, we should take it, but because
Sure.
it's not our intention to put it on the town meeting. But I'm concerned because we just had two pretty controversial evenings where we told people that this was not on the warrant. We didn't vote it on the warrant, and it might turn out to be on the warrant, and that kind of makes us look like we weren't being transparent or honest, which is not the case. But for the sake of getting it correct, which is what we all want to do, let's just take this vote. Any other discussion? No. Okay, roll call vote. Cheryl Tagayas?
Yes.
Denny Swenson?
Yes.
Kathleen O'Donnell?
Yes.
Rich Beeler?
Yes.
April Anderson, yes. Okay, we have one more item on our agenda, which is the 40B letters. I believe we have one remaining. Is that right?
Yes.
East
Milton.
Okay. Do you want to talk about it, Cheryl, or do we all just want to?
I can if you want.
Yeah,
I can
why
share
don't you, if
screen,
you
but
don't
I need to have the privilege to share screen.
Oh, sure, of course. Oh, I don't have that authority. Can someone give Cheryl the authority to share her screen? Do you have it, Cheryl?
Not yet. Oh, now I do. Okay.
Okay, good. Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, everybody can see it?
Yes.
It follows a similar organization as the other 40B letters, or let's say except for the Ice House one, which was different. Basically that we are generally supportive rental housing development on the site, but not at the size and design that has been submitted. Frankly, I didn't see much difference at all. I think I pointed it out in the graphic analysis when I reviewed all of the all the project graphic analysis. So the still an L shape, still located at the intersection of Bassett and Franklin, not adequate setback from the property lines. We asked them to consider widening the sidewalk, setting the building further back, moving some of the mass towards the interior of the site. And the only thing that they did was they stepped back the top 2 floors on Bassett Street, which and dropped, I think, what, 1 or 2 units or something like that. Sorry, 10 units, which seems like 1 or 2 when you look at the scale of the building. So that's what I said was the design changes were grossly inadequate. I again refer to the design review handbooks. One refers you to others, and so there's a lot of good guidance that doesn't seem to have been followed by any of our applicants for our 40Bs. You know, it's still an uncomfortable and excessive intrusion on the adjacent residential properties. in terms of the way it's designed currently. And so there is that massing study that should be attached. The prior letter that we submitted should be attached to this. You know, this is a little different situation in terms of open space, but there could be usable open space if the building were set further back from the sidewalks. And then, you know, some of the site planning paragraph, these weren't necessarily things that were in our prior letter, but things that had been talked about. The garage access, which is very close to the intersection with Adams Court, I think we talked about being a pedestrian safety concern. And whereas we like the idea of making Adams Court more of a pedestrian connection between Adams Street and the Milton Marketplace, when you put traffic right at that intersection, you're going to make that a difficult pedestrian passage. And then also the fact that you've got basically the parking lot fronting that Adams Court, which doesn't activate the court. So if you put lights there, but it's really just a parking lot, it doesn't really do what we're trying to do there. And it really could be something which connects these two shopping destinations. So it's really not taking advantage of that. So that's what that site planning paragraph is about. I refer to the planning process, and I'm hopeful that we're going to talk about next steps at our next meeting. You know, with the Judy Barrett presentation last week, I do think it's important for us to continue to talk about what we're going to do next with that. And then the storm drainage issues that many residents talked about before. I still wanted to make sure we included that in this letter. And then again, reiterate the reduction in the height configuration density would assist with mitigating the impacts. And we would still like to reserve our right to provide further comments as the project makes its way through its approval processes. So do folks think I captured it?
I think you did a great job, as you have all along. So thank you very much. I kind of course, I want to hear from everybody, but this is Kathleen and Rich's neighborhood, so I'm especially interested in their thoughts.
I thought, you know, I looked at it and I thought it was great. And I think it goes to my next point, which is that I think we should be thinking about sending, you know, real letters to, as we listen to these hearings. I've been sitting in on the Blue Hill Ave one. I've missed some of the other ones, but this project in East Milton doesn't go on, I don't think, until, is it March or May, when he starts the hearings on these, that we would be preparing a list of conditions that we would want to have included in the final decision. And that I think the boards, chairs of these various ZBA boards are expecting that from us, and from the town engineer probably, to sort of talk about the conditions that we would have imposed if it came into us as a special permit, would be the kinds of conditions that we should be preparing for the ZBA.
Well, even before that, should somebody from the planning board participate in these hearings? I mean, they say they have our letter and they say they have our graphic analysis. I guess they're considering it, but is it the same as if we talk about it?
Well, my intention is to participate as best I can.
I mean, I've watched the Blue Hill Ave and the Ice House to the extent I've been available to do it.
Yeah.
And what struck me is that the first one on the Ice House that was substantive, the applicant made a presentation and there was no one else there to speak. And so they continued the hearing. And, you know, we didn't have our letter submitted at that time.
Yeah.
And the Blue Hill Ave one, we had our letter submitted, I think the day before or day of the hearing. And they've been entertaining comments from neighbors, attorneys and neighbors, peer review experts and neighbors themselves along the way. And they haven't gotten to where the town provides their input. But they're, you know, they've already talked about a lot of issues, and design was one of the first ones. And, you know, where a lot of our points are related to design, they haven't heard our points. So they say they have our letters, but I guess it's not part of the dialogue, is my observation. And I'm just wondering if that's as impactful as it could be if someone were there to speak to it.
Do they invite us in? Are we welcome to speak?
So
Yeah.
can
I mean, I haven't had any problems speaking so far.
Okay.
But you haven't necessarily spoken on behalf of the board. I mean, you say you're a planning board member, you say you're a resident, right? I'm just wondering if someone should speak on behalf of the board. I mean, Kathleen, of course you do a good job, but just from, you know, does the board authorize one of us to speak at these hearings?
So my perspective, I would think, I'd be behind that. I'll just say it that way, Cheryl. I mean, because I don't know if this is where you're going with it, but my thought is the words are way more powerful than, Kathleen did a great job writing all these, so I'm really happy that we're submitting them. But, you know, that coupled with somebody sitting there and speaking, I think is pretty powerful. So I'm just thinking about people that come in front of our board. We get a lot of letters and I do read them all. But I mean, there's nothing better than the actual spoken word in front of us. You know, you feel the emotion a lot better, and you get to ask questions and follow up and things like that. So that's my opinion.
So can you folks hear me? Because I had to take my earphones out. Sure. You know, it's a long meeting when my Bluetooth headphones die.
Well, I wait till the end.
So the way that that the town is approaching this, and the way that Jeff Mullen, who is chairing the 582 public hearing, which is the one that's active right now, is approaching this is, and I think I'm at least going to recommend to the other chairs that they take a similar approach for what that's worth. Is you know, the applicant takes the time to sort of present their project, and so for 582 we've had an introductory hearing, a hearing on design and landscape. Again, this is all just sort of presenting the project, engineering, traffic analysis. An issue has been, there's been a little bit of delay in getting the ZBA's peer review analysts under contract and lined up. Those issues have been resolved, and so those are moving. There's going to be a peer review on behalf of the Board of Appeals on the site planning and the engineering, on design, and on the traffic analysis. My intention as the town staff person that's been tasked with kind of arranging for town testimony and comment on these, my intention had been to wait for those peer review results to come in so that our folks at the fire department, police department, Department of Public Works, other town departments could, you know, be analyzing these projects. They've already looked at them and offered initial written comments, but analyzing these projects in the context of the peer review results, at which point we would arrange for their oral testimony. So that, you know, my position right now is I have to manage department heads for 4 different 40B hearings. And so my desire was to kind of consolidate things as much as I could. That's probably going to be able to work out for the following 3 hearings, because we will have those peer review results in hand, and we'll be able to kind of work that schedule with a little bit more flexibility. But because 582 is kind of advancing at the pace that it's advancing on, we're actually bringing in some of the town department heads next week to offer some initial testimony, just so that, you know, I don't want to say kill time before the peer review results come in, because it is substantive stuff, but it's not the sort of the full measure of their testimony. So I've been working on the town staff side. I've been encouraging the chairs of other boards, Conservation Commission, Historical Commission, Planning Board obviously is on top of this. To reach out to the Board of Appeals directly, with their written commentary, and then also, if they have a desire to offer oral testimony, to reach out directly to the Board of Appeals. The alternative is I could do that for you if you ask me to. That's also fine. But I think we're trying to, keep these hearings organized in a way where, if the Planning Board wants to offer testimony, we'll schedule that and make sure that that's something, that's orderly and kind of expected. Because I think, at least what the chair of the current panel is trying to, make sure is that everyone knows what's coming. The next hearing is going to be about this. And so that there are expectations for who needs to be there, who doesn't need to be there. If you're interested in traffic, but you're not interested in stormwater, you know which ones to go to. If you really want to hear what the planning board has to say, you're there to hear what the planning board has to say. So all of that is to say, I think on this particular question, it's up to the board if you want to, send someone in kind of an official representative capacity, at which point, the world's your oyster. You can work that out directly with the Board of Appeals, or I can do that for you and get that scheduled and get that arranged.
I think, can I just jump in? I think that's a great idea. Just quick question, Tim. You had mentioned peer review, and I think you mentioned even traffic study. Are those studies that are going on right now or will go on? Or are they? So here, I guess I'll jump right to my worry. If you're going to do a traffic study at any point over the last 11 months, it's not reality.
Right.
So I'm really hoping.
So the traffic engineer for the 582 project testified on, I forget, it was Tuesday, I think. And what they attested to was that the traffic counts and the analysis that they did was in fall of 2019. So it predates kind of all of this.
Okay.
So, and then, sorry?
I was just going to add that the traffic engineer for the Ice House project, they actually did do their counts during the COVID time, but they said that they, I guess because the parkway is a state roadway, the state keeps counts. And so they were able to compare the counts from prior years, and they extrapolated from those to increase their actual counts. And so there are ways for these folks to take into account the COVID impacts, Rich. So it's a question of just making sure that they've done it and the peer review consultants are in agreement with the method they use, I think.
Yeah, no, I get it. It's some projects. I mean, not all, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if you're on a state highway, yes, maybe, but some of these projects aren't on.
Yeah, so I think CanTNav is, and we'll see what the CanTNav project has done. But again, 138 is in a similar situation. It's on a state road, and that actually has been kind of subject to pretty rigorous analysis by the Central Transportation Planning staff. So that's just what I mean. The part of the peer review question is, does this methodology kind of pan out, or is this something that's not to be believed? And so that's something, the peer review is of the report that's been filed. I don't think they do new analysis based on that.
So Tim, I would like to add something for you to think about with these peer review. It's one thing to look at these things like in isolation, right? I think in the 648 letter, I added that they should consider the 56 units that are being reviewed for the Ice House. But listening to the 582 and the folks talking about how people with 582 would go down Robin Street to Canton Ave, that adds another however many units get approved there to Canton Ave, plus the other units on the Parkway, and and then the 240Bs on Canton Ave itself. So the traffic really needs to consider all those projects, and I don't believe the traffic studies do, the ones I've looked at yet. And
what about?
I haven't.
I mean, you could also throw into that. Then it's obviously not a 40B, but we're looking at it. Granite Street's looking at a number. How many units they want? 60 or something like that.
But those are market rate condos.
Doesn't matter. It adds traffic, right?
Oh, it adds traffic. I'm sorry, but it doesn't add affordable.
I mean, Rich, right. To that point, that's. I mean, for as much presentation, that's not a real project yet. So it's kind of.
They haven't even filed yet.
Yeah.
No, but you just hold on. I mean, I hear you. It depends on what your benchmark is, but we also just saw a a study that took a year and plus to build with the East Milton, with G. Barrett. And I mean, that's a redevelopment of the entire area. So like you have to, I mean, I'm not a lawyer, I'm not on the ZBA, but if you're going to start taking things into consideration of what could happen or might happen, I mean,
Or if we're planning,
or for planning, there's obviously, you can't take I'll go back to my original, looking at anything over the last year, you're missing the reality of, 2 years ago, or what could come with all the development that's on our horizon. So anyway, I guess the original thing that we were asking is if somebody could sit in the, I'm for that. I think it's a smart decision. I don't think I'm the one that should be doing it. But if somebody wanted to do it, I'd be behind it.
One last thing on the traffic and the Canton Ave. There would be this potential of the 36 units at Winter Valley as well, within that short distance. So that's a lot more potential impact on those if all those projects are added together. So I think that when we look at these peer review, I'm hopeful that it's the same consultant who's looking at them and can consider the combined impacts of the traffic. And then as far as people going, like Kathleen and I have attended some, I mean, as far as if we're talking about design, I would be happy to attend when the conversation or the topic is design. I think we're probably better served by having peer review and engineering address the traffic and stormwater. I mean, I think we've raised the issues, but I think from a planning board perspective, we're better focused on the planning aspects of the design of it. So that's just my 2 cents.
Yeah, that makes sense. Well, because we're not expert engineers. I mean, I'm sure we have feelings and thoughts about what makes sense to us, but I think we should defer to the town engineering department and the peer reviewers to really call out the specificity of that. Okay, so what do we want to do? Do we want to officially appoint somebody to go? Do we want to talk about this further and decide what we want to say? Or, I mean,
I do think that we need to, as best we can, that, I'll sign into them as they come along and as I can, and Cheryl, whatever, and anybody else. But I do think at some point in the game, there should be a formal presentation from us that says, hi, we're the planning board and we've been watching these things, and these are the conditions and concerns that we have about this project that we think should be reflected in the decision.
Yeah, I mean, unless Denny disagrees, but I think we all
I agree
with that. So Tim said we should tell him or the ZBA that we want to get in the queue.
Yeah.
Right. So should we ask Tim to set that up for us? Do we want to?
Well, I think it's too early just yet because the peer reviews haven't come back.
Okay.
At least on Blue Hill, and then of course it's way too early on East Milton because they haven't even started the hearings yet. But on the Ice House, I think we do need to. Those are the ones I've missed, so I'm gonna see if I can get the older ones to watch. But I can think of at least 2 or 3 conditions that we put into our original letter that we want to reiterate to the chair of that one, that we want to see, money devoted to improving Pope's Pond and improving the pathways. There were some other kinds of things we had on lights, on hookups to the conservation land, that as an example, that should be conditions in the permit.
But there's other things, I'm sorry, there's other things that we've said that they are lacking in the application itself, certain kinds of drawings. And that seems to me something that, somebody ought to follow up with sooner rather than later. So for example, on the Ice House, there's no rear elevation of what it's going to look like facing Pope's Pond and the conservation land.
There's no garage drawing.
There's no parking level plan. There was no landscape plan, so those things we may have further comments on once we see those.
Yeah, right.
So that's why I would like to make sure that our letter, it doesn't just go into the record, as a record, but is actually actionable something action comes out of it. And that's where I feel like being in person, whether it's one of us or Tim, at least in the beginning, and then in the end, I agree with you, Kathleen, in the end, we still want to make sure, but I feel as if where they're all the attorneys in these panels on the Board of Appeal, and no offense to you attorneys, Kathleen, but I did hear John Leonard say that they were interested in the planning board's feedback, particularly on the design points of.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah. And so I feel like it's not just once, and it's not just once in the beginning, once at the end. Once more information comes in, there may be other comments that we want to offer to them to help make for a better project.
Right.
I think I could look at the landscape plan. I have a lot of ideas for the landscape plans, and the Cheryl, I was thinking, if you have time, and I know you don't, but you remember we updated the tree bylaw, but we were talking about doing the earth removal. You had a bunch of ideas. I think we should try to get those in good shape, and because I think that would affect almost every 40B, right? Because these are gigantic projects. I was thinking of your neighborhood, like.
Unfortunately, they don't have to, the 40Bs don't have to abide by any of that, Denny. Not that I don't think it's worth us talking about, but,
But they have to ask for waivers.
True, they have to ask for waivers.
And so.
I'm happy to talk about that. Tim, we had a meeting where Joe Prondak was involved in that meeting as well. And maybe we need to have.
Even if we can't get the town engineer yet, I think.
That was the other piece. Yeah, we were waiting for the town engineer, right, Denny?
Yeah, that was it. But you know what I mean? Like maybe if we could just keep, I now that I'm done with the trees, I could focus on understanding your concerns and Joe Prondak. And
you're not done yet. You still have town meeting.
We're never done with trees, but well, anyway, it's just one of those things that I thought is a significant issue with this scale of development. The earth removal is going to be huge because it impacts so much, the storm water and everything else. So, anyway, if you have time, I'd love to work with you on that.
Okay. After I take a look at these condo conversion sites, how's that?
That sounds good.
But yes, one of the most egregious things about these 4DBs is their insensitivity to their sites, right? And when on the site walk on Friday, I must admit that I conveyed my frustration about that to the architect after he was telling us how sensitive their designs were to the context. And I said, I don't see it. I don't see it. You have something to prove here because there's nothing like this that I can see. But, they have the same design that they seem to pull out of the hat and plop on every site anyway. So I think back to Tim, maybe if you think about it strategically, like that we want to have an opportunity to speak at the ZBA. Frankly, it's hard to follow, the schedule. Mm-hmm. And you probably have a better handle on the schedule.
So let me just to give you the kind of the bare bones. The Ice House has been continued to February 23rd, so we won't have another Ice House hearing until then, at least. 648, I believe, is early March. I forget exactly when that was continued to. Maybe it was.
Well, I think March 9th is a site walk, I think, or something like that, somewhere around there, or 6th or 9th.
So the way that the schedule, and this is the schedule for the Board of Appeals for the next 6 months at least, is so this week there was one ZBA hearing on Tuesday because Select Board meets on Wednesday, Planning Board meets on Thursday. So this week there's one hearing. Next week there are 3 hearings. The following week, there's one hearing. The following week, there's 3 hearings. And that's how it's kind of been going in terms of divvying up the schedule for the different public boards. And so if you go to, Cheryl, do you mind unsharing your screen?
Oh, yeah.
Um,
Well, do we mind just taking a vote on this?
Yeah, I was just going to say that. I would entertain a motion to advance the 40B letter for the East Milton project to
I
the,
would make that motion to
ZBA.
advance this, to approve the letter written on the East Milton 40B project.
second,
Second.
any discussion? All right, let's take a roll call vote. Denny Swenson,
Yes.
Cheryl Tagayas,
Yes.
Kathleen O'Donnell,
Yes.
Rich Beer,
Yes.
April Anderson, yes. Okay.
Also, I know we're about to, sorry, Tim, right before you, I know you're going to say something, but it's 11. So I don't know if we're wrapping up.
I hope so.
All right, great.
I have to
Just
be
thought I'd throw that out there.
tomorrow morning at 7:45 talking about 81L plans. So I would really like to stop.
I'll share what I was going to share later. It's not a big deal. We can
Oh,
leave.
that's okay. So it's a map. So I mean, it's the calendar online.
Yeah, I'll send an email. It'll be fine. Let's get out of here.
Sorry,
Right.
Tim. I didn't mean to derail you.
Actually, can I just make a suggestion, April? If we authorize, any one of us to speak at any one of these meetings on behalf of the planning board, based on our collective agreement to these comment letters and so forth. Because that way, whoever's there, it doesn't have to be me or Kathleen, if Rich tunes in or Denny tunes in, anybody
Yes.
could speak on behalf of the board.
Do we want to designate specific people, or do we just want to make a general designation that if members of the board are at these hearings and they want to speak in concert with the content of our letter or our discussions, that would be permissible?
I think if somebody is going to take the initiative, we should support them.
Oh, I do too.
Yeah,
So I'm all for it. I'm all for giving them the ability to
Yeah.
speak. I mean, because we're all pretty familiar with all these letters, and if we're referring to the letters especially, then I think we should move it forward. What do you think, Kathleen? Oh, you're muted.
You're muted.
That's
Sorry,
why.
the chiming of the clock. I wanted to turn that off.
Oh,
So, yeah, I don't have a pet. It's just a clock. But yeah, I always think it's better if somebody, some obnoxious lawyer from the other side says, "Well, who the hell are you?" You get to say, "Well, I'm representing the planning board." So.
Well, and that's why the reason why I bring it up too is that I was asked right before one of the hearing meetings last week, the one that we're talking about design, if I was planning to speak on behalf of the planning board for that meeting. And I said, well, the planning board hadn't discussed that, so I didn't feel like I could do that. So, I just wanted to make sure that we were all in agreement.
Yeah,
on those
should
things.
we take a vote, or do we not need a vote? I mean, we're all in agreement, but
I don't think we need a vote as long as we all agree.
Yeah.
yeah, we all agree. We don't need a vote. It's televised. We can come back to it later if we forget what we said. Okay, then I think that's great. And thank you to those of you who are participating more regularly than I've been able to. Unfortunately, I've been 4 nights a week in meetings myself, but I do expect to tune in. So now we all have the authority to speak up on behalf of the board if we feel like we need to. So with that, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
I would move.
All right. Second?
Second.
Okay. Discussion, no. Roll call vote. Rich Beeler,
Yes.
Kathleen O'Donnell,
Yes.
Jenny Swenson,
yes.
Cheryl Tagayas,
Yes.
April Anderson, yes. Thank you all. I know it's been a rough couple of meetings.
No, thank you.
Thank you.
April.
All right, thank you.
Well, we
Good night, everyone.
made lots of progress, so it's good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Everybody.
We still have 9
Well,
people on
thank
with
you.
us.
Okay. So